Hi. Hey. Yo. What's up, guys? It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's a Saturday. It's 12:37 p.m. on 11/01/25. That's uh November 1st, 2025. I had to think about it. November 1st, 2025. I'm fairly sure it's daylight savings this weekend, but I'm not totally sure. 12:38. According to the clock on my wall, it's 12:37. So we haven't had DST yet, but we're gonna have DST. It is 12:38 on a Saturday, 11:01, 60, 65, 66 degrees in my house. I love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I am here today to play some Rust and some Eve and some FFXI and some Mortal. Gonna go on about the business of doing so. I have woke up and taken the trash out and scooped the litter box and done all the stuff. I was gonna walk today, but it started raining the second I stepped out the goddamn door, and then it stopped as soon as I took my shoes off, and then when I got my shoes back on, it started raining again. And it's one of those days where I don't think I'm gonna not get rained on, so I'm just gonna play games today, and it's kind of annoying. But I also, I don't plan on like really eating any food today, really. I don't think. I'm just gonna sit here and play games. The I have made a frozen drink, a vanilla protein drink with kale, ginger, flaxseed, metamucil, and frozen fruit. And so that's my breakfast. And I'm here to smile at you and say hello, guys. So I'm just kind of trying to keep the mic out of the camera here. I'm gonna tilt it over just a little bit. There we go. And so I got my frozen drink. I've got my white tea. I've got my fucking, I've got my keyboard, my mouse, and I'm ready to go play some games and dump some loot in a box. I am my desire to play Rust at the end of the wipe is waning because I know that the experience, and I know that while it's helpful to get XP, it's not really helpful to like build anything or farm anything. So I guess all I'm gonna do is produce bullets and kill zombies today. Anyways, but we're gonna be farming on Mortal here. I'm gonna start off doing that. Yep, and I'm learning to chop this patch of trees right here that's easy to track. Gonna drop it up the big face, sorry. There we go. Sorry, a bit distracted just trying to figure out everything I need to do. So, yep, we took a novice. Gonna go back out. Probably lose this Tristan, but I've already paid for it. I'm noticing that like each win is a ship, and if you get like 4 or 5, then you're up, and if you continue to get 4 or 5 with just 2 or 3 Tristans, you get like 200 mil for like 30 mil, and it's good money. It really is. Okay, going back out. Oh, gotta straighten the camera here. There we go. Now.
Your skill has increased. Warp drive active. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Warp drive active. Your skill has increased. Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Okay. I don't want to burn out on Russ, so I will play something else.
To move funds for food stamps.
Thank you, Happy Pancake. I've liked and subbed to your channel.
Despite
you are fastly becoming my favorite streamer already, kind of, because you're just positive and happy and trying to help people.
Literal funds to do so, including a contingency plan that has been mysteriously deleted from the USDA website, but we'll get into that later. So much of Trump's legislation thus far has had tangible consequences and has negatively impacted everyday Americans. But the ripple effects of this will be disastrous.
How long is this sustainable?
Wow. It's not.
In Florida,
It's
Shiny
not.
is rationing food to feed her family for as long as possible.
I'm only down to one pack of chicken, and I don't even know what I'm going to do for the next month.
About 2 months ago, I stopped eating dinner almost every night of the week so that my boyfriend and I could have enough food left over to have lunch the next day. This was before we were about to lose our food stamps. Mind you, we both work.
I don't think that we really realize the damage that this is going to do, but the mothers especially who are going to go without meals so their children don't have to. I know that I will absolutely be one of those mothers.
I'm so tired of seeing people say like, oh, well, maybe if you had a job, you could get your groceries, or you know what I'm saying, you wouldn't have to depend on stamps. I work full time. Thank you. And I do rely on stamps because guess what? It's not enough money in this economy.
There are years worth of funding available for the SNAP program, our tax dollars that we have already paid to the federal government to facilitate this program, and the Trump administration deleted this language from the website this morning. They are hiding the fact that not only is there more than enough funding to pay these benefits that we have already paid our tax dollars into, but that there was contingency language to ensure that even in the event of a government shutdown, that SNAP would go uninterrupted. The Trump administration and the Republicans supporting him are using food as a political weapon. They're choosing to force children to go hungry.
And this is what politics is. This is what it has always been. Powerful people deciding who gets help and who doesn't. Who gets to live and who gets to die. America has had a habit of dictating that around the world. It's just that many Americans who have never been affected are about to feel it, and it's going to hurt. This is about people's lives and the lives of their children. It's about the health and prosperity and happiness of the American people. All of that is at risk. Even if you can pay all of your bills, this is still going to affect you too. First, let's break down exactly what SNAP is, what it does, and who it serves. SNAP is a federal assistance program for low-income individuals and families to purchase food, also known as food stamps. SNAP is just the current version of food stamps, but they are the same thing. Just to give you a little bit of scope on this, according to 2024 data, an average of 41.7 million Americans benefit from SNAP every single month, which is roughly 12% of the American population. Over 40 million Americans will not have the money they rely on for food this month. Now, SNAP is 100% federally funded, and how this typically works is that Congress appropriates funds that the United States Department of Agriculture, the USDA, administers through the states. They give that money to the states.
I want to be very clear. USDA, during this shutdown, has contingency funds that they could release just like us. They are choosing not to. They are choosing not to. And I can paint any damn picture you want for you. They're paying contractors to tear down the East Wing, but they're not putting money into the food bank that they're setting on. And when the White House press secretary said the top priority is the ballroom, we could not disagree more. Our top priority is the well-being of the Minnesotans, especially around food security, home heating assistance, and the things that we know Minnesota does really well.
So why exactly is this happening? Well, because our government is in the middle of a shutdown and Congress hasn't directly approved the funds for SNAP, the USDA has said that SNAP benefits will not be issued on November 1st without further action. And they are claiming they have the authority to do this, but there are parts of this that just simply do not add up. Firstly, the Trump administration has decided not to tap into the billions, yes, billions with a B, in the SNAP contingency fund to pay for benefits while the shutdown and funding gap persists. And if having contingency funds in the billions, may I remind you, isn't enough, there was literally a plan formed by the USDA for this exact scenario that mysteriously went missing from their website like a week or two ago. Thanks to the Wayback Machine, you can still have access to this plan. I have it linked below. It's 55 pages detailing how the USDA would continue operations during a government shutdown and funding lapse, like we're experiencing right now, and specifically which agencies would continue during that funding lapse. SNAP is the first on that list. You cannot fucking make this up. As I said, this plan has been removed and abandoned despite being published exactly 1 month ago at the time of me filming this, because the GOP are holding Americans' food money hostage so they can double your healthcare premiums. Fucking evil. Fucking evil. This is so motherfucking evil. This is supervillain, anime villain, Lex Luthor bullshit. And the other side of this that just doesn't add up is that Trump is already funding whatever the fuck he wants anyway. $200 million for Alligator Alcatraz that closed in 2 weeks. $240 million for Kristi Noem's private jets. $40 billion sent to fucking Argentina to bail them out. Even during the shutdown, Congress has continued being paid, as have plenty of high-level government workers and officials. We somehow always have money for war and weapons, but seemingly none for starving children in our own country. Fuck you, dude. I really hope this wakes people up to the blatant hypocrisy of the fiscally conservative party, the America First Party. So why exactly are they refusing, other than them just being fucking evil? Well, the party that insists on not bringing politics into serious situations is doing just that. Senate Democrats have now voted 12 times to not fund the food stamp program. Again, this is not why they voted no. I am one of the first people who will shit talk the Democrats. They voted no because the Republicans want to get rid of healthcare subsidies. Bottom line, the well has run dry. This is also not true. We have talked at length about contingency funds and plans that the USDA is completely disregarding. At this time, there will be no benefits issued November 1st. We are approaching an inflection point for Senate Democrats. They can continue to hold out for health care. Oh, okay, so they do admit that it is about health care. They can continue to hold out for health care for illegal aliens. Oh, there you go. And gender mutilation procedures. Oh, okay, there we go. So just blatant right-wing propaganda, completely false, but that's never stopped Republicans before. It is crazy though, because the USDA is supposed to be bipartisan. Like, why would the Food and Nutrition Service be, on the side of one? Anyway, or reopen the government so mothers, babies, and the most vulnerable among us can receive critical nutrition assistance. So again, the funds are there, the money is there, the plan is there. The USDA is just blatantly ignoring the steps that they can and should take to administer SNAP benefits. The money is there. There's literally no reason for them to do this. They are withholding nutrition assistance to try and get the Democrats to fold. There's no reason for this. There's literally no reason for this other than to be fucking evil. I cannot overstate this enough. The money and the plan is there. The Republicans just want the American people to starve and to be poor. There is no need for this. But this is the only bargaining chip Republicans have to cut out healthcare subsidies from the budget. So they are willing to let people starve just to bankrupt them later on when they have a life-threatening injury or illness. God, fuck this fucking country. Now, prepare yourself. You're about to see some of the most obscene GOP deep-throating from Lib Jake Tapper here.
The administration is choosing to starve American children with money that they already have appropriated.
I'm not applauding their
by
tactics.
the White House.
Well,
this is a
Yes,
choice
you are.
by the White House.
And this
They
is
are
also,
choosing to
Congresswoman,
cut
this is
off
also a
food
choice
assistance.
by Senate Democrats
No,
to not
it is
vote to
not.
open the government. Yes, it is.
This
I understand
Senate-
why they're doing it. They're doing it because they want Medicaid funds restored. They're doing it because they want Obamacare premiums to be extended past the end of the year. I understand the reasoning.
Sir, let me just be clear. The money for contingency plans is sitting there. That is why the states are suing. The White House is withholding funds from
2 to 3
children
weeks worth
to
of
have
SNAP funds.
food.
He can go himself for dismissively framing 2 to 3 weeks like it's nothing. Poor kids having food to eat isn't nothing. Republicans have control of both houses right now. They could easily use the nuclear option in the Senate to get this passed whenever they want. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who nobody is confusing as a liberal shill, is saying as much.
We control the Senate. We have the White House. I've been vocal saying, you can use the nuclear option in the Senate.
But they won't. You know why? Because then they would be solely responsible for the millions of people who lose their health insurance as a result of it passing. The millions of people who will die as a result. And just as a reminder, the majority of those people, they're Republicans. They're Republican voters. Republicans are threatening to starve children so that they can take away health care from the poorest, most vulnerable people in our society. And you're sitting there acting like Representative Stansbury is being unreasonable for pointing out that the contingency funds exist. This isn't a both sides issue. This isn't Jake's cowardly, well, Democrats need a compromise too bullshit. This is Republicans literally holding millions of Americans hostage and threatening to let them starve and die unless they get their way.
The Republicans' eternal victim complex is part of their plan. Nothing can ever be their fault, even though they have all the power. And they can never be wrong, even though the vast majority of Americans are struggling right now because of their Hitlerian policies. They do not care about you. They do not give a fuck, and they will never take accountability. And the administration has taken to this political framing of saying that the funding lapse is the fault of the Democrats. Republicans are also saying that legally they're not allowed to use the contingency fund for SNAP. One, that's never stopped them before, and two, that's not entirely true. This isn't complicated. People need to eat, Oregon Attorney General Dan Rayfield said in a news release Tuesday. If these benefits stop, thousands of Oregonians will be left wondering how to put food on the table. The USDA has the authority and the money to keep SNAP running, and refusing to do so is both illegal and deeply cruel. Now, aside from people pointing out that the contingency funds are literally meant for situations like like this when people's lives are at stake, the United States also has a legal obligation to administer SNAP benefits to the American people through the Food and Nutrition Act and through the Administrative Procedure Act. While the federal government funds and sets the monthly amount of SNAP benefits, states are responsible for administering programs in their state. Congress has clearly said that SNAP benefits should continue even during a government shutdown.
I like this
USDA
game more
does
than
not have the authority to
Genshin.
say otherwise. USDA's suspension of SNAP benefits is both contrary to law and arbitrary and capricious under the Administrative Procedure Act. The coalition will also be requesting a temporary restraining order later today, asking the court to immediately turn benefits back on. By law, individuals and families who meet SNAP's eligibility requirements are entitled to benefits. Despite this requirement, historically Congress has provided SNAP funding through the annual appropriations process. This approach treats SNAP as what is known as an appropriated entitlement. Under some legal interpretations, SNAP may have a permanent appropriation under the Food and Nutrition Act. That would fund the program during lapses in appropriations. This is a job better suited for the lawyers in the audience. Alicia, my queen, I need you. But there are lawyers making this exact argument in their lawsuits against the USDA. And if that weren't bad enough, the failure to administer these benefits will not only affect our most vulnerable populations, children, seniors, people with disabilities, it will also likely increase crime, as people will have no other choice than to break the law to provide for themselves and their families. We are already seeing people on TikTok saying no snitch November, or if you see someone stealing food this month, no you didn't. Despite what Donald Troll and his administration tell you, crime isn't caused by dangerous illegals. It's caused most often by things like poverty or disenfranchisement or a desperate job market. You know, all the things on the rise right now. And what has Trump conveniently done? Sent out the fucking National Guard to major cities across the country who are foaming at the mouth to arrest and detain anyone who dares get in their way. And could escalate as more Americans get desperate to provide for themselves and their families. This will also lead to the the fucking economy going further into the shitter. You know, the thing those yahoos voted Trump in for? Yeah, it turns out that things like SNAP benefits are really good for the economy. Because even when things are bad, people are still able to buy shit. Now, with even less money in Americans' pockets, no one is going to be able to buy anything. Which will not only affect the people who rely on SNAP, but the rest of us too, including the Big Daddy corporations. There's always a silver lining. That's right, Big Daddy Walmart is going to take a massive dick up the ass if this goes sideways. As a discount retailer, Walmart benefits the most from SNAP dollars. A Newsweek analysis cautioned that if SNAP payments stop, major retailers could watch a significant drop in consumer spending. Market research from Numerator discovered that Walmart accounts for 24% of total SNAP spending, followed by Kroger, Costco, Amazon, and Sam's Club.
And
With
Trader
the federal government
Joe's.
spending nearly $100 billion each year on SNAP, almost $8.3 billion per month, Walmart could lose almost $2 billion in sales if advantages are not
I love
issued
Trader
in
Joe's
November. But
and
unfortunately, this could
Sprouts.
affect everyday Americans too. And depending on how long the shutdown continues for, could put further strains on the job market.
Much
Often,
better
grocers'
food.
staffing and inventory are planned around benefit cycles, so a lapse could lead to reduced employee hours, perishable food losses, and declining sales. Furthermore, when benefits are restored, the resulting surge in demand could strain supply chains nationwide. And as demand decreases, we could also see impact on local farms and smaller grocers that can't afford to lose that business. But it's not all bad. As of filming this, 25 states are suing the Trump administration over withholding emergency funds for SNAP. The states involved in the suit are Arizona, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Vermont, Washington, and Wisconsin. DC is also a part of this lawsuit as well. How many lawsuits is that against the Trump administration again? I've lost count. A group of attorneys general and governors said in the lawsuit that the administration is legally required to use a contingency fund to pay for continuing benefits. The group has identified a contingency fund of around $5 billion, which would be enough to pay for SNAP for more than half a month. They argue that the administration's decision to cut off food stamp payments, which are provided to roughly 42 million people nationwide, is unlawful and threatens to deprive millions of Americans of essential food benefits that help protect against food insecurity and hunger. Shutting off SNAP benefits will cause deterioration of public health and well-being. Ultimately, the state will bear the costs associated with many of these harms. The loss of SNAP benefits lead to food insecurity, hunger, and malnutrition, which are associated with numerous negative health outcomes in children, such as poor concentration, decreased cognitive function, fatigue, depression, and behavioral problems. And certain states are using their own funds to help close this gap as well. Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, has announced that California will mobilize the California National Guard and volunteers to distribute meals and approved $80 million in state support to bolster food banks and mitigate the impact. Connecticut legislators are planning to use their $1.8 billion surplus to expand emergency aid to food pantries, food banks, and other nonprofit nutrition services. Governor Matt Meyer of Delaware confirmed would be able to issue roughly $20 million in monthly SNAP food benefits. He wrote, "We're a state of neighbors and we'll get through this together." Governor Lou Leon Guerrero of Guam signed a bill on Monday that funds SNAP through November for nearly 30% of Guam's population that receive the benefits. Pacific Daily News reports that the law means that $12.3 million will go to SNAP and $800,000 will go to the USDA's Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for women, infants, and children, or WIC benefits. Hawaii is setting aside $100 million to help eligible families with housing and utility payments, and the vice president of the Hawaii Food Bank, Marielle Terbio, said that those in need should reach out for assistance. Governor Laura Kelly of Kansas will be holding food drives to benefit Kansasans who have lost employment or welfare benefits during the shutdown. Massachusetts state officials and the United Way are partnering to help raise money to offset the potential lapse in federal food assistance. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota announced today that $4 million in emergency state funding will go to Minnesota's food shelves as the federal shutdown continues. On October 23rd, Governor Glenn Youngkin of Virginia declared a state of emergency to provide hunger relief as SNAP benefits risk running out. The order allows the state to use emergency funds to support food assistance until federal funding resumes. Youngkin said Tuesday that backfilling the SNAP benefits will cost the state $37.5 million a week from the state surplus. Deposits will be made weekly starting November 3rd. And the one bright side to your government doing absolutely fucking nothing to help you is that we've seen stronger than ever the community that can come from dire situations like this.
Oh, yeah, okay, I don't know where to begin with this one. Every second another donation comes in. It is unlike anything I've ever seen. I legitimately thought we would get like a couple $100. And so we just put a donation link that's attached to our register up here. And by the end of the night, we were over $10,000. Crazy. We have brought in a
Aw. Do it, dude! Save the world!
What do you say to that? Like,
You're saving the world. That's what I say to it. Save the world, dude!
I saw one this morning for $1.17.
Yeah, whatever. Yep.
That is someone who only has $1.17 to give. I'll wake up and there will be donations from West Africa, Australia. Like, this is a global movement of humanity feeding Portland people. Portland has been in the national news with a bad reputation for many years now. And this is just a small little piece of what Portland is actually like. There's this, how should I say this? Societal or like cultural embarrassment maybe that comes with being on a SNAP program. And so we try to remove that all the way. So if you just order the SNAP breakfast, sounds like a regular breakfast menu item. And we ring you up just like a customer, except we press a button that 100% comps that order for you. So it comes with that burrito, comes with that breakfast, and you are treated just like every other person that comes in here.
I'm Devon Fernandez in Southwest Detroit. You know, with only 2 days left before SNAP benefits are cut off for the month of November, community members in Southwest Detroit are coming together to make sure they help feed the community's needs and help them sustain throughout the month. You're just seeing this group right here receiving a shipment of produce, fresh produce and bread that families are going to be lining up to pick up. It's a little, but it's a buffer for many of the folks here across the community.
I'm gonna go to Trader Joe's and pick up gift cards that I can keep on me, that I can like give to people. If I come across people who are in need, if I know someone who's in need, so I can give them the gift cards so they can buy themselves groceries. think I'm gonna take $500 today to do that.
The divisions sown by the Conservative Party, the myth of dangerous illegals, the myth of transing your children, the myth of the welfare queen. This is all done to create rage and anger to separate us. They don't want us united. They don't want us building community. And we need to continue this work. Our government is not going to save us. We need to save each other. We have to build community. I talk about this in many of my videos, and it has become more important than ever.
How long is this sustainable?
Wow. It's not. It won't be from the first day. For every meal that a food bank provides, the SNAP program provides 9. There's no way we can meet that gap. There's no way we can replace every single one of those meals. It is not sustainable for food banks to fill this gap. We were not built to do this. We will stand out there and we will do our very best.
Now, there are a couple of different scenarios of what happens next. The first is that Congress passes the budget, SNAP benefits resume. I don't really think that's going to be happening because I'm filming this on the 30th of October. The second scenario is that the lawsuit succeeds and the court orders the USDA to tap into contingency funds, the benefits resume, but with some delays and disruptions. The third scenario is that the funding gap continues, benefits halt on November 1st, the states are sent scrambling, and there will be devastating impacts on the American people, as we have discussed. And if that happens, I'm hoping that we will see states try to fill the gap with state funds and food bank efforts, at least for the time being. As Americans, keep your eye out for any court filings, any state level announcements regarding food banks or food access, and keep an eye out for any local announcements from your local food banks. I will try to keep y'all updated on my post page as well. And no matter what happens here, there's a few things that you can do. The first is donate to your local food bank. I think this is fairly accessible, and it's the one that can do the most good. The next is donating your time or volunteering at a local food bank. The next is calling any schools in your area to see if you can support their free and reduced lunch program. If your state is not on the list of places that is reallocating funds, give your state reps a call and demand to know what plans they have to support those who will be food insecure in November. You can also do what that coffee shop did. If you work at a small business that allows for things like that, and there's so many more. If I think of any more, I will put them in the description below. I know most of us don't have a lot right now, but there will always be people who have less. And if you can help, you should. As always, I have Rowan's GoFundMe listed below. She was supposed to attend university this year, but is to go on her home and her school of existence. If you don't have the funds to donate but would like to support Palestinian families, you can watch my D&D campaign, Westerly Academy, where the ad revenue goes directly to Palestinian families. So by literally watching D&D, you are helping the people of Palestine. Thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you want to hear more from me. Please take care of yourselves and each other. Bye. Very special thank you to Bagel's Den, Derek, Anonymous, Tiny Axes, and Robert Fellows.
Well, this week was the best of times and the worst of times for New World fans. It is the age of transformative AI technology, apparently. If you have not heard the news, Amazon is canning New World. It is being shut down as of next year. This is a real juxtapose coming from the fact that 2 days ago, I just made a video going through everything that was great about New World and how the new patches felt great. And I'm not the only one. There are a ton of players that have been stopping in on New World, playing it. The player count was going up, as it generally does with all of the patches. In fact, it would have been higher if they had added servers. That was one of the things I was pointing out. The problems with New World is they weren't opening up servers and it was sending a lot of players away. People were sitting in queues all day. Well, now we know why they didn't open new servers, because they were planning to shut this goddamn thing down. In today's video, I kind of would like to talk a bit more about this. I have seen some heavy-duty copium going on in the New World community, and I get it. I wish New World was sticking around, but it is not. In fact, I don't think this is the only thing you should expect. This kind of feels like just how things are getting started right now. I'm still taken back by the whole thing, too. I was live on stream when the announcement kind of dropped. First, there was this Bloomberg article which pretty much announced the Amazon layoffs and that it was going to be impacting all the AAA studio development here, which they noted specifically around MMOs. So this is also affecting the Lord of the Rings Online, which is also now effectively canceled, and that news is unofficially, I think officially out there. That one is done too. For those of you that don't know, Amazon's been working on a Lord of the Rings MMO for many years. They had been working on it, kind of canceled it, picked it back up, and have continued working on it. That one's pretty much done as well. For those of you looking for something maybe a little more official on the Lord of the Rings one as well, I did a little digging. Every gaming website is referencing this message from Ashley Amarine, whose message has now been deleted as well from LinkedIn because I tried to pull that up to verify if that was real. This is what the message looked like. Deleted this post. So I did a little more digging since none of these other gaming websites seem to be able to. There are definitely some other people that worked on the game that were let go. And these are pretty senior people. We have folks that worked on New World and then we're working on Lord of the Rings. They've been there for a little bit. I even stumbled upon Patrick Smedley, which is apparently John Smedley's son. For OG people that might know EverQuest PlanetSide days, he's a pretty big guy in game design. But anyway, he worked here too. He worked on New World, it looks like, for a couple years. They even show, it looks like he shifted off of New World in 2024 October. So, I mean, you can even see he was working on Lord of the Rings. One of the guys that actually has information, and he's pretty high up too, as far as development goes. But yeah, you know, drove improvements to the AI tooling and behavior pipeline, resulting in AI creation being 3 times faster than the team's previous title, which is New World, of course. So, yeah, I mean, they were carrying things over. They were definitely moving teams from New World over to this. But all in all, the point is, they are shutting down Lord of the Rings. You don't fire all these people to continue developing the game. That's kind of all the digging I want to do. I saw people not really officially reporting. I wanted to find something a little more concrete on the Lord of the Rings game. I knew there were a lot of people, including myself, that were very excited for it. But even Steve Boom's message highlighted that they are really halting production on AAA stuff. So Lord of the Rings, of course, is included in that. But it was pretty awful having to dig through LinkedIn and see all these people impacted by this. Really sorry for everybody that's impacted. They are having to re-enter a workforce that is not really friendly right now. They're not really hiring people. All these companies are doing the same shit. They are slashing jobs. It really sucks. So I'm sorry for all those people that are affected by this stuff. It's really heartbreaking. Like, the amount of people that had been playing New World, a lot of excitement. I had a ton of people from my community hopping in. Whether I was streaming or not, there were a ton of people in the guild online. I myself was on a lot. I was finally relearning, like, combat, how to play the game, leveling up different professions, just all sorts of things, different builds I wanted to go at. Took me a goddamn week to like really understand the whole infix system, and it's just like in a moment it's just like poof, none of it really seems to matter anymore. And it's pretty interesting because a lot of people are feeling this. I mean, you can see from the graph a large chunk of the player base is just gone. This is just after the announcement. They were doing like 40 to 50k people, you know, on the weekdays a little less, but on weekends a bit more, with more capacity on the servers, probably even more players. And this doesn't include console players too, which at this point was a significant amount of the audience. But just suddenly we are down into pretty piss poor numbers. And this is only a day or two after. Checking on this in like 2 weeks, or let's say post November, I think you're going to be lucky to break 5,000. And I wouldn't be surprised if it goes as low as something like 2,000. I mean, it's going to be competing with games like Pantheon at that point in the end.
Anybody who stays behind is an idiot.
Now, the servers
Why would you
will still
throw
be
your
up
work
all
away?
the way through 2026, or honestly, they said through or into 2026. I wouldn't be surprised if they announced something like in January.
This is going to reveal like the whole. What happened here? Oh, you moved it. Oops. This is going to reveal the whole fact that MMOs are like addictive. MMOs are like really severely addictive, and this is going to reveal it. I'm going to switch, and I'm going to dig.
that they are shutting the servers down. I think they said they'd give a 6-month warning, and maybe they just turn them off in like July or something. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't think it very much costs so much. The reality is they've let go of everybody at these studios. People have already posted this and shared all the way up to top leadership positions. For a lot of the people that are on Reddit, and it's kind of sad, but there are a shitload of people, trying to sign petitions, keep the game open. Somebody else come and buy New World, please. The reality is, like, there's a multitude of reasons it just doesn't work. I mean, for the most part, New World hasn't done dramatically well. I'd say what Nighthaven was, and
their last hurrah,
bias included, was one of the first times it kind of felt different. It felt like it was maybe pivoting in a better direction. There's always this surge on the once-a-year patch, but I'd say there was more of a build-up before this patch. Even in Season 9, some organic hype was being built. And the reality is, like, the game was just starting to feel better. There were certain things that were
that's right as
really
it got good again.
A lot of players. Would it have maintained the success? No. I mean, this has been constantly a problem with New World, is that it couldn't hold people really beyond these patches. People would drift off, and by the time January came around, it kind of flattened out all the way up through fall. So for like 3/4 of the year, this game kind of looked dead on its numbers. The reality is these numbers don't really matter. It's difficult for people that are playing the game to see, but you have to step really far back and understand the people that made these decisions, they don't even know we exist. They don't know anything about gamers. They don't really give a shit. You'd have to step back and understand that this whole thing, New World, comes from kind of a longer battle, strategic.
Gotta wash my breakfast dish. I'll be right back.
Massive, of course. But they did have interest in gaming, and that interest started back in about 2014, and that is when they originally bought Twitch. Now, this was just one step. They paid almost $1 billion for that, but really their goal was to directly compete with Steam, to not just be a competitor, but to overtake them, which a lot of people have wanted to do and have tried to do, but have all failed to do. Steam is just still dominant. Steam still makes billions of dollars a year. But Amazon originally, they bought Twitch. They picked up Lumberyard, which was just a spin-off of CryEngine. Okay, and that's what New World is made on. Lumberyard is now open sourced, and almost nobody has ever developed a game using Lumberyard.
I forgot that. I thought it was UE5.
Unreal and Unity for the most part. They're pretty tried and true. But this was originally part of their equation. They'd have their own engine. They owned Twitch, which was kind of the lifeblood of streaming gaming. It was a phenomenon at the time. And it's true. It's been put in hands of really shitty people and driven into whatever the hell it is today. Beyond all that, they had AWS, which they still use, and AWS GameLift is just a back-end solution that devs use for multiplayer games. Things use it like Dead by Daylight or Apex Legends. That's how you host those multiplayer games, can match people, low latency, all that stuff. Very successful because it relies on the AWS hyper-efficient cloud-based service they have. Basically, their whole cloud infrastructure is what kind of drives Amazon. Amazon makes a ton of money off the whole AWS thing. A couple weeks ago, or it was last week or something, like AWS went down and tons of services across the entire country were impacted immediately. It's pretty scary, but everybody relies on AWS. So that part is very successful. Lumberyard, not so much. Twitch, not really as relevant, and now it's, spun off into politics and whatever else, IRL stuff. Another big investment they made then was to pick up the different studios they have. So they have various game studios, which is the strategic thing you are seeing as of today. Let me circle back to that, but yes, they picked up tons of studios because they're going to make games. They're going to make games with their engine, showcase their engine, try to get other people to use it. Part of when they picked up Lumberyard is they open sourced it so other people could use it and didn't have to pay a fee. Other developers have to pay people like Unreal Engine or Epic Games. They pay either a percentage, they have different rates. They wanted to attract people. This is all the ways Amazon was trying to get into gaming and dominate pretty much at every single level. And I think lastly, they tried to tie in things not only by leveraging Twitch Prime and having that through Amazon Prime, but they also had their own game store. I think they've had 3 or 4 different versions of their game store. That thing is almost completely always been a failure. Most recently, they have a service which I wasn't even aware of, Luna, which has been around for a while, which is kind of now rolled into their, cloud-based solution. part of the problem with Amazon is they have all these different feet in gaming, and people don't even know half the shit, I feel like. Like, I went and looked into
because Luna sucks. It's got like 30 games and only one of them is good.
Product,
Oh, well, a few of them are good, but
you know, kind of what their new focus is, and part of their new strategic goal. A lot of you have heard, maybe you haven't, Courtroom Chaos, but you know, New World's kind of died for this, you could say. But
yeah,
they have other stuff. They have a lot of AAA titles here, and you can stream. This is no different than like NVIDIA's GeForce that they're trying to compete with. And the number one top dog is Microsoft. They have the biggest cloud gaming just because they naturally have roped in so many people. But those two are definitely the biggest. Amazon, I mean, if you have Prime, you have access to this, and there's games in here. That's what I mean. I don't even think they effectively advertise whatever they're doing. Although this is the direction they're going, so you're probably about to see more of this stuff happening. All in all, the TLDR of this is over the years since like mid, 2014-ish, Amazon has tried to really compete in gaming.
Hey, it's the sun.
Didn't really die just because these numbers are like this. They were going to move away from this. Like, they wouldn't kill off Lord of the Rings unless they're making like a complete pivot.
Yeah, they're like, nah, MMOs aren't paying.
All that BS happening. We are now in the modern day of AI happening.
So I think I'm on good games. I think Eve isn't going anywhere. I think Final Fantasy 11 could die, which is why I'm playing it on retail and getting. I bet I get a good 5 years something. They either remaster or shut it down, one or the other. I don't think they're gonna do this forever. They do make money off 11. If they continue to make money off 11, they might actually maybe look into it. Maybe, and maybe make it competitive with old school RuneScape or WoW. I think it is. It could be competitive with old school RuneScape and WoW if people knew about it and you made it easy enough to get in, like with just like a Google login and stuff. You could make 11 like really modern. But it is sort of like that, but not really. It's really complicated and annoying right now. They could have really fixed 11. They could fix 11, and I wish they would. Oh, is it fire weather? No, but it's gonna be fire weather, I think. It's gonna be fire weather soon, and that's good because I wouldn't mind killing some fire elementals. I am 59, I can probably kill them. Kill the Reaper. I'm 59, I should be on higher stuff than this now, but I want the damn stun scroll without paying for it. What did I buy that I'm down? Oh yeah, scrolls. I bought a fuck ton of scrolls. Yeah. Oh, I have stone 3 now, don't I? Do I have stone 3? No, I don't have stone 3 yet. Oh, yes, I do. I'm sorry. I just didn't sort. There we go. Oh. Stone 3, this Reaper. Stone 3, bitch. Fire 2. Stone 3. Sure, this is where I start to really hurt. Start to do like 500, 600. When I get to fire 4, I'll just go fire 4, fire 3, arrow 4, arrow 3, and it's just dead. It's whatever it is dead. And like I do the most damage in the game. I do the most single target damage in the game, which I think is awesome. I think it's fun. Stone 3, watch. This is going to hurt him a lot. Yeah, well, I mean, in the scheme of things. He resisted that one, but yeah, he really resisted that one. But like, no, 232 is pretty good, but that's not too good for Stone 3. Let's see if we can get a Stone 3 going here. Ah, you fucker. Let's change the spam macro. Oops. Now we're going to do a bit more of a spell rotation. I mean, they're still paying like pretty solid XP, but I could go higher. 60 about to ding. I wish they would drop the stun scroll. Please drop the stun scroll. It's so fucking annoying. I should go... Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting eminence. I'm doing multiple enemies and stuff. I'm going to get sparks. It's just not that good. It doesn't pay that well in terms of gil. I should maybe worry about a copper hustle and try to pull in some hundreds of thousands of gil because I'm like broke. Goblins have been good, But I mean, if the stun scroll isn't going to drop after like 50 Reapers or whatever, I don't know why I'm here. But I mean, I would like to keep killing Reapers until it does drop. I mean, it drops off other stuff too. There's like, you know where I should be now is on Zozo, technically. For one thing, it has Thunder Elementals, and those will sell. Or I'll say Arrow Elementals. Yeah, it has. I should be somewhere with a lot of Arrow Elementals. I should go to Castle Javal. I don't know if I've been out there. At this point, I think I'd like to start handpicking my spells. Yeah, like Water 3. Here, this Water 3 will hurt him so bad. Out. I love Water 3. Out, bitch. 464. Water 3. Stone 3. Are you going to interrupt me? No, you aren't.
Your skill has increased.
Let's try a Water 3.
Your skill has increased.
That one hurt him. We're seeing that Water 3 really fucking hurts. 487. Let's do an AoE. He did. The demo got hurt. Yeah, the demo got hurt. Kill him. Water 3, bitch. His whole health bar goes like shooting down. Kill him. Stone 3. I love Black Mage. And then you sit there for like 5 minutes. All that mana, it's so much better than Dungeons and Dragons and stuff. It's not like you have to mess with books or anything like that. You just have to go sit down for a while. Yeah, like now I've got to go sit down for a while. I should definitely buy some cookies. Or make some, I don't know, like or something. I find it repetitive, but in terms of quality, they need to add like 5 or 10 more tracks. So I dug a hole up here. I don't know if I was supposed to do that, but I definitely at least got up on land. Can't see the compass because of this. This could be bigger. You can't really see it. It's so small. I'm going to make it bigger. There we go.
So every company is trying to be lean, and thus this whole gaming division that is not really performing and seems strategically lost and frankly has strategically failed is now just shifting. Amazon is moving just to a kind of, we're going to develop low budget party games like this stuff. We'll put them on Luna. Luna will kind of probably be the new, thing that they're showcasing. And this is kind of going to be Amazon's new direction. Steve Boom pretty much said they are getting out of the business of working on AAA games, all right? You and I know this as we are moving towards just kind of generating some AI slop. And there's going to be a lot of crap games, but they're basically going to force this stuff with a limited amount of developers and the limited amount of studios they have until they can figure out what works. This is just the modern day of where we're at. AI first or AI pivot, whatever you want to call it. All these larger companies are doing this. It's going to really ripple into the gaming industry in a bad way. It already has, right? You guys have already seen there are Microsoft studios that have already been impacted. EA and these other studios, they're already just coming out and openly stating, hey guys, laying off a bunch of people, super excited to move into the future of AI. And this has just kind of been the trend. Like all the big companies are doing this, and the same thing happens when they do all these things, okay? You'll see it right here.
I like this guy.
Bunch of workers announce how we're.
I think he's really good. Fangrush, I think you should go somewhere. I think Fang Rush. Like Fang from... Oh, man. I like your style, man. You know your stuff. Good vid. Whatever, just say it. Positive reinforcement is good. Nobody's ever positive with me. Ever. But like... Or if they do, they're trying to kiss my ass.
Warp drive active.
What happens if I chuck a bomb at it? That doesn't let me loot it? Oh. Well, it seems to want me to take this Flintstone, so I guess I will. Like, it doesn't offer it that often, so it's like, you know, it's like, stop and mine this. I think every time you come into the game, it like respawns all this. So I probably only have to do this once. But I should probably do it once or I won't have the mats to make a base or whatever it is they want from me. I'm totally full. I should maybe just get to the fucking objective. I like that you don't have to loot. That is kind of cool. I do like that. I like this game more than Valheim. I think the combat is much, much better than Valheim. I think the graphics are better. I think the music's better. No, I don't know about better, but the music's pretty good. Let's turn on the music. Or I don't know. I'm listening to this guy, I guess.
Doing new AI stuff. Boom.
He knows this. How is this guy like not the best New World streamer? It's weird. He is a New World streamer, and it's weird. I've never heard of him before.
People are unemployed. It really sucks. But this is the modern state of the world. This is 2025. 2026 probably isn't going to be that much more generous for gaming. All right, get used to headlines like Jeff Bezos becomes $24 billion richer as Amazon surges. Stuff like this is going to kind of be the new norm. I think Microsoft's probably due for another round of layoffs. I mean, even Amazon is going to continue. They even said as much.
Until a world war
happens.
happens.
What they're doing. But this is kind of where their gaming is going, and if people
probably
see
over their
and
greed,
understand like the whole picture of all this, that's what's happening. Gaming's going to be in a rough spot, and specifically certain genres. None more than MMO. I feel like MMO has so much overhead, so much development time, and that's just seen as a risk, especially when you're trying to just flesh out and develop these AI tools. Because in a few years, we will probably have more developed AI tools that developers will be able to use to make an actual MMO in a decent amount of time. But as of today, we are not there. We do not have the tools. We don't really have the teams to do that. We are in this really, really weird spot where anything that is AAA, which are the only ones that can seemingly fund kind of a larger project, are going to probably get canned.
Wait, that guy's gone? That guy's gone.
Just did this a few months ago.
Wow, that guy up there,
did
they raid him?
Drawing the line from point A to point B. This just happened with Project Blackbird, which, if you don't know, is made by ZeniMax Online Studios. I pretty much do this now because I
find myself surrounded by large clan people. I wonder if they're going to hit me.
It was. That's mainly what I've always streamed, and that was made by ZeniMax Online Studios.
I'm starting to learn, like as I look around in 2025 on 1101, I've been here for what? Like since, I think, February or something like that. I think it's been a little while. I think it's been like 10 months, something. And, or not 10 months, but like 8 months, I think. And, houses have come and gone. That guy's completely gone. I wonder if they like somebody just came and busted his base to get at his boxes. This guy's still here, and I don't really understand it because he hasn't been in for 10 months, and I think he kind of repairs his base every once in a while. It shuts the door. He like comes in every like 6 months or whatever. This guy, Red Levia, he's been here since I started, and it's weird because it's like he's still here. This sandwich sanctum guy is a fucking asshole. He didn't like that I was hanging around his front door, but I mean, your front door is right in front of bandits. I'm terribly sorry. I ran in your base just to get away from the bandits. That's all. That's all I was doing. He killed me repeatedly one day and drove his goddamn... Like, I'm not sure he was really aware that they had made... He came back after, like, months, and he killed me a bunch of times one day, and he didn't know they had changed the fucking... the whole crime shebang, so now you take 30 points a rep every time you kill somebody. And I ran over there over and over again, wondering if I could clown him, getting to kill me 15 times, you know, get him to kill me 15 times. I've not seen him since. And I think that's particularly because he comes in and out of this castle, but I don't think he uses it anymore because I drove his rep down so fucking far. It probably took him either months to fix it or he just went somewhere else. And it's crazy. He didn't pick up on it because it was like the second day. But I got rid of this dude. I'm fairly sure I got rid of this dude because I've not seen him once since then. And I do play this game. He's never been out front like he was before. So I don't know. Like I think I did tank that guy's reps so fucking bad that he was like forced to move, or at least the guy that was hanging out there. He's kicked out of Fab. I think he had to go somewhere else. He didn't realize like the killing me 15 times was going to tank him so bad that he wouldn't be able to enter town anymore. And I've not seen him since. And that's why I did that. I was like, I think when I saw him and he just blatantly killed me at bandits and robbed me, like, you know, and I was like, you don't know what's happened, do you? He kept robbing me. And I was like, you don't know. Why would you rob me for these piece of crap sets? So I wandered and I went over there and I was like, are you going to just keep killing me? And he did. And I just kept murder charge, murder charge, murder charge, murder charge, murder charge over and over again. And each time you do that, if you like, even if you do have good standing, which he didn't, because I'd not seen him in months, he didn't have good standing. Probably he probably did. He probably had like 200 or 300, but after the 15th kill, that's what is it? The 15 times 3 is 450 rep or something like that. Like my current standing in this character's level 10 is 112. That guy couldn't possibly have been over like 300 or 400 or something like that. And he tanked like 450, killing me over and over and over again because he didn't know that they raised the standing negativity. And I used that to get him off this block because he did rob me the second he saw me. He like robbed me the second he came in. And I haven't seen him since, and I wonder maybe if I was like kind of inspirational. That it's weird because the crows moved in behind me. None of this was here, and like overnight, this house went from like I've never seen them either. I've never seen them come in. I've never seen them use this stable master. I'm sure these boxes have things, but I've never seen them here. How is that possible? I'm looking out this. I should start looking out the back window more because I have like a fucking town out my back window, and I'm sure it'll just get worse. I'm sure there'll probably be more people moving in here if this game gets more popular. But also, I think they're launching Western servers. Last video he talked about he was gonna. I think fracturing the servers is a bad idea. Maybe I don't really know. I think it's playing well enough. So, and now I'm looking around. So there was two guys up here, one of which I robbed, and that's how I got all these boxes full. Is one guy up there? He just had an entire base, and I just took it. And there was this guy killing me while I was looting it too, and I was like, ah ha ha! Like he killed me once and got like I think it was like a couple stacks of wood or something. But I got all the rest of the boxes in that house, and he didn't know I was looting the house. He just assumed that the house was fine. I kept running in the house, and I was like, ah ha ha! I got all of it. And he was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, ah ha. He kept killing me and getting worse and worse murder charges. But also, like, I looted the house right in front of him. I looted out like 8 boxes and ran back and forth while he was around lurking, trying to kill me over and over again. It was just weird, and it was like, aha, you didn't get me. You didn't get any of that loot, not really. And I dumped all of that in the boxes in the back. It's back there, all that loot that guy had. And then there was another one up here. I don't even remember his fucking name anywhere. I want to say they were Levia or something like this, but there was a house right here. I used to run past it all the time. I don't remember what's in that place. I think it's scoundrels, but you can go fairly deep. Or no, I think it's zombies. I think it's like full of zombies, so it's sort of pointless to go in there. But I should go in there and remind myself what's even in that place, that huge place up there on the hill. Because it might be beneficial to me to start using that place as some kind of asset, because it is just right the fuck over there. I just don't remember what's in it, like at all. I don't remember. I think there's like zombies. We could go in there, I suppose, with like an axe and do some axe stuff. Or no, is it? I think it's, yeah, I believe it's scoundrels. It's a place full of scoundrels. It's a good place to go for scoundrels. Scoundrels would be a steady growth for this character. They wouldn't be as scary as bandits. Bandits are... Yeah, I remember bandits used to terrify the shit out of me. They're actually not that easy to kill. You have to get some damage on them if you're an archer. You have to land like some hits as they run in, because they're not a joke. But, I mean, these guys in there are a joke, and I should probably be running Scoundrel over and over again for Silver Therans to buy all the passive stuff. Oh, right, so... I don't know. Anyways, I should be chopping wood, but I'm just talking about the neighbors and what's on my mind here. Like, these guys sprouted up overnight. They have a chancery. I wonder if they're going to raid me, maybe. But they have, like, a house. I wonder if they had set up a house to come rob me, because they saw this, like, two-layer house. Even they don't have a two-tier house. But I have a two-tier house, and they can see that there's boxes in there and stuff. But I keep the door closed all the time, because I don't want them knowing what's inside. Guild Steward... Like, you can't really see what's in there. See it? You can't... He did this on... I did this on purpose, too. I raised it up where, like, you can't... I mean, you can jump, but you can't see what's in there. See it? You can't see what's in this house. I raised it as high as it would let me go, you know? Or I should have raised it higher. These guys rose higher. I should have rose higher so you can't see up in the... We can't shoot in the windows. These guys, I see now that they all raise as high as they can go. Yeah, all of them do. I went kind of lower. I went lower where it doesn't feel so bad to ride like a mount right up into the door really fast. I'm learning now I should have raised higher. I couldn't move. I could take my, you know, my alt lost her house, and that was like a 400 gold loss or something, but I made 500 gold just yesterday. I don't know, Sal. I don't know if losing that house was that bad. I could install a house for the... I could just run my own guild, the Free State of Skycat, and I could run another house up there by Bandit on that other side where bear spawns, and that would make taming a bear much, much easier, and I would like to move up there. I'd like to move up there. And I could. I have 500 gold. I could just go lay down my house and start building it. Right now I could do that. Oh, what's this now? No, don't disconnect me. No, get to fighting. Get to fighting. Orbit. Oh no, is he gonna kill me? Yes. Let's get way closer to him. I think he's gonna kill me, so I'm just gonna run now. I'm gonna run. He doesn't have a tackle on me. There, he ran, I think. He did run. This was hot. I got heat here. I'm just
drive active.
Now I didn't... Do I have aggression? I do. I have a 30-second weapons timer and a capsulator log off timer, but I don't have aggression. He came in as a faction warfare target. I like a Shrouded. I'm gonna play more of it because it just feels like content that I don't know. The combat is genuinely good.
Docking permission requested.
It could be better. It's kind of popcorny, you know, sort of third-party combat, but it's still really good. I mean, this goes on. I don't really want to spend any more time doing this. can't repair here for some reason. It's annoying. Water 3. Stone 3. Water 3. Oops. Ding. So let's write a macro for that. Water 3, stone 3, and I'm just going to go... Now we're going to write a rotation. Oh, no, wait. S burst, right? Yes, S burst. Wrong one. We're going to write a rotation. I like the fire spam. No, I'm just going to write a rotation macro. I definitely am. So, rota is what I usually rotate. Rotat. Attack. Water 3. Oops, is my best spell. Water 3. Oops. Water 3. Weight 5, is it? Yeah, weight 3. Water 3. Stone 3. Oops. Stone 3. Water 3. Stone 3. Fire 2. Then copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. And in that way, we just outright kill things. So let's see how the rotation macro itself just works. Fight. Water 3. Yeah, that's some good opening damage. You're just gonna let me cast, are you? I couldn't cast Fire 3. I waited. I didn't wait long enough, so we'll say wait 6, wait 6, wait 5. Oops, wait. Wait 6, and then take the weight off the stone 3. There we go. He's out. See, Black Mage single target is so nice. It's so nice to have. It really just does good single target if it wants to. It can dump real good mana. So you kind of trade your downtime for really good uptime, which is entertaining. Yeah, look. Oh, see, my spells are starting to look cooler too because I'm getting higher level. I will have to buy scrolls, however, which is going to be a nightmare. I don't know what I'm going to do. I guess I better go kill elementals now. I really should be on elementals. I'm in the wrong zone. I'll just warp out now. It's sad, but I'm not going to get a stun scroll out these fucking goblins. I'll just have to buy it. Yeah, it's hot right now. I'm gonna let it go for like 10 or 15 minutes here. I don't want to lose this Tristan. I think they want me to come out, and I'm not going to. Everybody's after my strawberry schmeckles. It's so annoying. Everybody's after my strawberry schmeckles, and it's not like they're worth anything either. God damn it. Ugh. Whoa. Fucko. That's how that works? Okay. You dick. Yay. Can I teleport here? The hell was that? hear your fucking footsteps. Damn. Well, I got to some of it. Ah! I can't move. Aww. It's okay. I'll take the fear right back. Now I'll go out. Just let it go down a little bit. There's a frigate wreck. $7 mil. I'll take it.
Docking permission
Works for
requested.
me.
Docking request accepted.
Now I'm gonna wait 15 minutes because I mean, hey, it's not every day you just pop out. Somebody hands you 10 mil. Yeah, sure, I'll take it. Is that a ley line? No, it's a build line. Where you can build. Oh, okay. So this is a cool place. Oh yeah, this is my house, right? Yeah, I like this place. Yeah, yeah, I built here. Yeah, because I'm right in the shroud, but I'm also like right outside a dungeon, so I can just go grind it if I want to. Can you go through the window? Probably not, huh? Can I glide? Nope. Damn it. I don't think this base ever gets attacked, right? So let's just like knock out a door on every side or whatever. I like the base. It's got good, you know, vibes. Maybe I should poke a hole over the flame altar. Oh, B, it's enter building. I want to remove... Oh, backpack full. Oops. Okay. Not bad. Kit's a little bit easier to deal with here. Did I pick up more wolf meat? Because I would like to cook more if I did. Oh, there's a box of torches right there. That's good. Grilled lean meat. But I'm looking for raw wolf meat. I think I'll eat game meat, though, to start this buff, but I won't do it just yet. Raw wolf meat. I have corn cob, which is 1 strength gain. Nice. Nice corn. Corn's probably better than water. 1 intelligence. I think I prefer corn over penny bun. So let's go grill corn. Oh, no, no. I don't think the second bandage should be there. And I think that's extra bandages. There we go. Can we lock these things? You should let me lock them. Get a lot of these explosive powder balls. I feel like they should be more accessible. I don't know. So, let me sit down at the... Nice. Scavenger and matron helmet. Oh, cool. I like this game. I'm gonna go chop stone, actually. Thank God for Mortal. I can't believe Mortal outlasted fucking New World. I can't believe it.
The only other game that they tried to put together was Project Blackbird, and they came through and they canned everybody. This was hundreds of people that were laid off, and this didn't happen very long ago. This was Microsoft, and I guarantee you that Microsoft is due to lay off more people. So it's very scary to be a game dev right now.
It is.
I saw a lot of people recommending ESO, and I've always loved ESO. I've put over 10,000 hours at ESO.
ESO?
I generally would recommend it to a lot of people, and I still would. I mean, especially like console didn't have many options.
Yeah,
and
console,
back on
yes.
there,
Yeah.
I preferred New World, but
I did too.
Mainly where ESO has gone the past few years isn't really my interest. They've really just done a disservice to the PvP crowd. It's super casual, friendly, theme park type MMO. So it's totally an option for you. I only bring all this up because that's the only games that MX Online Studios is running now. Their whole future was Project Blackbird. And it wasn't just like once they canned this project, this was a lot of people. They put a lot of their veteran talent from ESO. They were moving on to this. This was going to be their new thing. I mean, even the guy that owned the studio, Matt Firer, the next day, he was pissed off as shit and immediately retired. I mean, the guy's loaded. He's going to retire with tons of money. But he actually liked gaming. Like, a lot of the people at that studio are OG game developers. They made Dayak and stuff. There's a lot of veterans, old school people there that were canned. And yeah, these guys moved on to Sackbird. I think this is probably where the future might be, is these smaller studios, like a smaller team like Expedition 33 that can kick out this stuff. Or just like in the next few years, we have some tooling that probably will help people that will come along with AI. But these large AAAs, primarily anybody under goddamn Microsoft, because Microsoft somehow is allowed to buy like half the gaming industry and is just canning various people at different layers because it's not personal. It's not personal to them. It is their entire portfolio that they are trimming. Because again, this isn't just gaming. We are in the age of AI where every large company is constantly trimming people from all departments. Gaming is just a tiny part of, Amazon pretty much doesn't have anything left to trim. They might lay off the rest of the people after New World's officially sunset, but that's it. But other people like Microsoft, I mean, they had successful games last year and they immediately shut the studio down. But I think they see this game, like, I can't imagine why they shut down. This was a future MMO, other than the fact that people aren't interested to kind of get in MMOs. Or it could be the fact that ZeniMax also had a union and Microsoft maybe just wants to kill the whole studio to kill the union. I don't really know which one it is. But all in all, my point is I fear for Elder Scrolls Online's future as well. I fear for any of the MMOs, except like WoW. WoW makes so much money, and
no, it doesn't.
There's a reason they're not making.
No, I'm scared WoW's gonna die
too. Ever have
no, it doesn't. It makes like 100,000, but they spent so much money making the game.
Tools that will allow a smaller team to efficiently make it. Other than that, I think we are largely going to be at the mercy of various like Korean MMOs that come in. There's tons of them. They roll in. I actually enjoy their gameplay to a degree, but I hate how predatory they are in their microtransactions. They are all built like that. They all seem to be built with money first and then like gameplay second, if that. And it really bothers me because there's a lot of them that have such like great combat, great visual. Performance is largely amazing with a lot of them, but they're very much push a lot of predatory spending. There's just like constant pop-ups to like buy stuff, and there's 15 menus to buy things and 3 passes and different season passes I can buy with a sub that I can boost. There's just Korean MMO, they kind of drive me a bit nuts. So it's unfortunate because everything in the Western market is what you're seeing here. All these guys, when one company has to let go of people, the next one has to, okay? Because the stock price goes up. All right, and everybody is just in a constant chase of letting people go, looking leaner, looking more attractive to investors. And again, this is a larger issue outside of just gaming, but gaming is being caught up and swept up with some of the larger ones, specifically like EA, Ubisoft, Microsoft, and Amazon was never big, but what they did have, this is just like a sign of the times, and I think people are really blown away. Because overall, New World was very special. I will say this, New World was a very unique MMO. It was originally designed as like this supposed to be survival thing. It was just a project it had plenty of funding because AWS was just throwing money to make all this shit work. So they didn't have any issues there. They were making a nice game. It wasn't originally supposed to be what it was. It came out, it obviously needed to pivot, but what it did have was the best sound in gaming, paired up with really good visuals, okay? It had such great environments, different biomes.
Rust has the best sound in gaming.
Good combat and physics. Those things
this guy's
were
a noob.
Great. It was not a perfect game. It had such critical flaws.
So noob.
Specifically, its endgame, various PvE stuff, and even PvP. And early on, performance wasn't great. It took a while to work that shit out. The first year, I did not enjoy the performance. Like, wars were laggy with ice gauntlets. There was a lot of problems, okay? There were a lot of problems with New World. But what's so sad is that this whole game, like, just a lot of the different places you've seen and you've been, like, this time next year, probably just gone. Like the only thing you'll have are whatever like YouTube videos or like recordings or like it's like the friends you made along the way. It's pretty wild because
I'm glad I put New World on my stream.
So high quality in this game.
This is an example of why I did the MMO lifestyle, and I changed my title from MMO lifestyle to just Skycatlive does, Sandbox gaming and stuff. But like the MMO and I didn't like the MMO lifestyle because I do play a lot of single player games too. But it's like this is why I do my job, is because in 20, 30, 50 years, the only memory of New World might be my stream, or Duke Sloth's stream or their videos or whatever, New World Oddities stream and stuff. And so I want to be one of those guys, the guy that was thankless, I mean, you guys thank me, my community thanks me all the time, but I don't think anybody like cares what I do. But I would say the MMO I'm going to be an MMO historian and be there for as much of it as I can be that I can stand. If the game's not good, I won't be there. But if the game's good, I'll be there. Ooh, I pulled a rock crystal geode. I'm full and I'm going to go back and dump because I have quite a lot of loot. I can see that there's quite a good future in just mining all the time. I might just sell or just crush. I would just crush all this granite at the crusher, I guess, and begin a mining career. Yeah, why not? and just learn things the hard way or whatever. I'll need books. So, but in the meantime, we just stockpile mats. I'll bring them over there to the crusher, and I'll just break them. I'll get one of my pigs out, and I'll like suicide, and I'll bring a pig here. I'll load up all the scranum, and I'll go flatten it. Boat pigs. I'll take boat pigs, and I'll grab and then I'll just take them back and put them away. I need to see what the daily is today. Oh, that rock crystal is like the most valuable thing I have. Nice. It's because I can make I will make an elementalist mage. Now that I see that I don't have to buy the geodes, I can just farm them. I'm gonna make an elementalist mage, and I'm gonna cap out elementalist mage. It might be actually really fun. I didn't realize how hard it was gonna be on my alt, and if yeah, that'd be fun. This guy went back out again. He wants that site. I don't care. He really seems to think that he can get me, but I don't care. I'm going to leave. We're going back to Abanal. The only reason I came here is I thought it might be quiet, but no, it was quite the opposite, actually. So we'll do a fast jump out of here. I'm fairly sure he's probably watching the stream or whatever, but he might not know that there's a 30-second delay. So it'll be a long time before he realizes that I'm leaving station here.
Warp drive active.
Oh, it was fun to fuck around with Fleet. I'm taking to faction warfare because it doesn't require much of my attention. That's the main thing. I should mine these rocks in the back because they're like easy and I haven't hit them in a while. I'm learning how to farm better in this game because it's like all a system of like letting things regen, like mats all around you regen, but you have to like wait. So hitting these 3 rocks is actually particularly lucrative for me, and I should do it all. Like, first thing I should do is hit these 3 rocks out back, because they're just like really good money in my backyard. I'm realizing that I can probably. It took me a while to realize, but I think geodes are always going to be worth a lot of money, and I can just pull them out of the surrounding environment, like right outside my house, with like basically 0 risk. We'll fast jump a bit because these are nasty systems that could get me killed. Like, look how nasty they are. Look at all that shit. Most of those things will fire and kill me. They're not. I mean, they're all weak, but the Edencom will kill me instantly. This is a Caldari state contested. Can I go to a structure here? I'm sorry, a station here? I can. I'm going to dock up and repair real quick because I can.
Warp drive active.
I can dock and repair. What's that sound? Oh, yep. So let's get out. I went back because I should go kill elementals. Yeah, I want to go kill elementals. Yeah, we'll go to Zarkabard if I have it. Aragonu. Oh, Valdunia. I do have Valdunia. Ooh, I have Castles of All. Ooh, look, I can just teleport to the elementals. I love this game. It's my favorite game. FFXI is my favorite game. Coming up to FFXI, it would have been Phantasy Star Online. Maybe I should go back to PSO. That's a good game, but it's grindy. Evil Eyes. Will they aggro me? Yeah, they will, but they're low. I should definitely get my trusts out. We'll pull Miley, but it may not be a good idea, but I can always just come back here if it's not. So apparently I was pulling from these 2 rocks, which is good. I don't know if this one's included. Going right outside my house to get like 10,000 Granum, yeah, is really genuinely good money, especially if I can process the rocks. I don't know what I can do with the money besides buy good rings and pay up. I guess I can also pay upkeep for nice things like Priest. I should come in on my main and lay down a priest. But no, I don't need those things. Fab has everything that I need. I don't need anything extra. And it's just upkeep that I have to pay. It's nice to be able to spawn here, but it's not worth it. It would be nice to be able to sell things here. Maybe having like a vendor might be worth the upkeep. Because it's like, you know... Nice. We have all of our stuff out. I can't see my help bar, and I didn't think about that, so we'll just take it up here for now. Then... I want to turn on my loss list for this client. And we will look for ice elementals. Ice elementals will sell. Did you aggro? You did. Fight demon bone. Demons will drop gil and they're fun to fight. They don't really do much. Wait, who casts haste on me? That was Farius, yeah. Ooh, I get haste from Farius, do I? Yeah, and songs and stuff, cool. Okay, so run your rota. Here's a water 3 for you, bitch. Chunk. God, I love water 3. It looks so cool. Water 3.
Your skill has increased.
Stone 3. Water 3. Die. I'm not casting and I don't know why. Oh, I think Farius finally casts Protect on me, I think. That's good. Fuck you, demon. Time to go full demon mode on that demon or whatever. Fucking demons. Miskiff looks like a demon. Anyways, let's nice, yeah, lots of rock outside my house.
That if it was owned by somebody else, yeah, it probably wouldn't get shut down. Or if it did, someone else might want to pick it up and work with it. Like, if it was on Unity or something, someone might want to pick up assets from it. But because it's on Lumberyard, nobody's really going to pick this thing up. So it's very sad. It's all going away. It's kind of depressing. But overall, I just kind of want to make this video and talk more about it because I see so many people that are just, they're kind of hyper-focused on this shit I've had on screen the whole time. Look at the numbers. Oh, it was good. You know, we just needed to spend a little more money. Nah, this was never happening, okay? Amazon is a giant, and we're also just in the age of AI. These 2 points together, you know, watch closely and expect Microsoft is going to also trim down and slim off some other potential studios. It's already happened. I mean, it's not like I have a crystal ball that we obviously know this is going to happen, but people continue to be surprised. And it's just unfortunate until we hit some kind of burst in the bubble or something really pivots and changes here. This is kind of the new norm. So hopefully there are more people that actually do what these ZeniMax devs did.
Oh, I have a
Maybe
lot
they
of
can make
ships
these
here for
small
some
studios
reason.
like Expedition 33 did. There's a lot of stories, and hopefully you see more like that of these just kind of smaller teams that can develop in the fallout of all this stuff. Because AAA gaming will shift more so into AI stuff, testing AI tools, driving stuff. It's just going to be very profit focused to the point that the games are probably going to be largely shitty, and most of them are okay with that. A lot of these mega companies, they're okay with taking a lot of losses on games, a lot of failures, just to be the first to arrive at the solution. They want to be on the cusp of success. Who's going to put this picture together and figure out how to make games with AI? That's all they really give a shit about, all right? Because that's going to put them at the front of the line on actually kicking out the new age of slop for the new age of gamers that comes after all this stuff. So that's all my thoughts. It's a bunch of tangented thoughts. It's very sad for MMOs. That's what I think the TLDR is. What can really replace New World for you guys? Nothing, honestly. There's not anything like it. It was in its own little unique spot. it kind of touched different categories of gaming, despite largely just being an MMORPG. It did touch different stuff. I mean, I'd recommend like playing different like survival games. There's a lot of good ones. That's a genre I really like, and I feel a lot of New World in there, right? Like I could go play PAX Day and feel the crafting element, kind of an immersion of New World, but I won't feel the combat, right? Actually, the combat I really can't feel anywhere else. Guild Wars 2, ESO, you're not going to feel that same combat in
No.
New World. You'll have to find that from other games. And honestly, like maybe Chrono Odyssey, but you know, I'll definitely poke in and try the things. I'm happy to always try the MMOs out. I really am, and maybe I'll be surprised, because that's certainly always possible. But keep your eyes and ears open. We'll see. Get ready for the dark ages of MMORPGs, though, over the next few years. I think that's what you're in for a little bit. I'm probably gonna poke at Ashes, and I'm sure it's got its red flags, but like, you know, I don't know. Other than that, small time RPGs and survivals for me, that seems like what my future is largely going to consist of. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. If you guys enjoyed the content, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like. Very interested to hear and see your guys' thoughts on a video like this one. It's a little different than what I usually do. Just kind of me been ranting about the industry, a very sad part of the MMORPG, which is an industry I have long felt a bit lost in. So take care. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you guys on the next one.
He got to get out and work now.
How old is he?
59.
How much money is he making?
He might make $30 this week.
What about the machines?
They doing that. I think we got 5 or 6 running now, picking cat on this place.
Has that put a lot of people out of work?
Sure do. Sure do. I tell you, it's just put them all out work on this place, skewing the tractor ball. Sure is. Ain't nothing for them to do.
For everything that they picked for $2 or $3 a hundred, I could have done the same thing with this machine and picked for nothing. Let's not deal in numbers. Let's deal in percentages. For instance, I would say that just this year, my workforce was reduced about 50%. And yet I was able to handle the entire operation much easier than I had in the past. But primarily because of the use of these chemicals that we use in weed control. This has been the real breakthrough in the farm area, and the elimination of this handwork is the chemicals that have come along. And I don't argue the fact that that they should have this money, but it's still an economic fact that I have got to make a profit as well. Here are 2 machines that sell for $20,000 a piece. So like any other businessman, I think when the time comes, we try to eliminate as many of our expenses as we have and try to increase that profit margin.
Do you own this house you live
in? No. This Mr. Pete's house.
Sigmund's plantation is in Clarksdale, a typical Delta town with little industry. Negroes in the county outnumber the whites by 3 to 1.
Looks like we're going to be able to continue to operate and operate with less people. And of course, being selfish, all of us, thinking in terms of our own desires, yes, we're concerned about these people, but we're concerned mostly about number one. Well, I'm going to be able to continue to farm and pick cotton and continue to put it on the market. I'm concerned personally with the people that live and work with me, and I think most people are, some, of course, more than others. But you sometimes you become immune to it.
Autopilot jumping. You think it's going to change?
I believe it is.
Me too.
I believe it. And I'm hoping it is.
I hope it will.
What do you think is going to change?
Me too. Equity.
Maybe it'll be so we not
equal.
It's going to change. Maybe it'll be so we can work.
That we can work it. Yeah. That we can work our way out of it, yeah.
We get a chance to work some. You know, when a person can work and make his own money, he can spend it like he wants, can't he?
You have a great deal of respect for work.
That's the only way you can get anything is what? Ain't it? I done worked and got 55 years old and ain't got nothing, ain't. That look like it's a fool. Look like it's a fool in working, don't it? I've been working, done got 55 years old and ain't got a thing. The man would come here now and tell me, Helen, get out of my house. I wouldn't have a tent to go put on. Get under the, put my children on. Now, it don't look like work good either. No, it ain't. I done found it out. Look like I ought to be done found it out. The more you work, the less you have. I ain't got nothing.
Mm-mm.
I ain't got nothing. I ain't working.
I worked so hard. I got a home. I got a home to show for it. That's it.
So it don't make no difference.
I got a computer, a home and a computer. Thank God. I worked all my life since I was 14.
Any money at all.
There was years when I didn't, when I was a drug addict, but like, or like a gamer. I was a raider for 7 years. I didn't really work. I just got in debt. Like 10 of the 40 years I didn't work, but the other 30 I did. Well, the other, like, I would say 24 or something, 24 years I did. I worked hard. Construction, cashier, taxi driver, Uber driver, Grubhub driver for fucking 17 years, or I don't know how long it would be, 13, I think it was like 13 years, something like that. I'm not really sure. What else did I do? I was a drug dealer for 4.5 years. You know, I just worked all of my fucking life, and you can see what I have to show for it. It's a house and a computer, and I got those things because of the government, not because of me having any money. I pay rent all of my life. That's all I did. I pay rent, and here we have to show for it. I'm on disability. Is it like working for nothing to get nothing? And having, you know, Asperger's has crippled me, and, you know, smashing my head into the concrete, all the stuff that happened has crippled me. I like this metal shield. I actually really like the way it looks. It's weird, but I do. It's a weird metal shield now, but I like how imperfect it looks. I can punch things, yeah.
Approaching start.
Yes, so we're going to eat this game. We're going to eat this corn. And eat this thing. Oh no, I guess it would be corn and then wolf and then water, I guess. Yeah, and then there's my food.
Jumping.
I'm gonna go put the rest of it away and rest.
Moving to Stargate.
I wonder if I could host a public server, or I wonder if I can make this a public server. But will people steal my stuff? Probably, yeah.
Approaching Stargate.
Try purple berries. Small backpack. Is that one better than the one I'm using? Oh, it is! It is better. Oh, wow. Oops. Delete. So can I use more than one?
Autopilot jumping.
No, it's the same thing. Alright, well, delete. There's a grappling hook, which I have, yeah. Essentials, which takes shroud spores, small chest, and active mycelium, which I don't have. I don't need it. Resources. Fertile springland. Springland something. Springland's rubble. There's a crude wooden bed. Crude mattress. What is this? Is it a crude wooden bed? It is a crude wooden bed. I want a mattress. Make me... Oops.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, yeah, maybe I should craft and repair. Yeah, so manual crafting, workbench, manual crafting. Can I backpack? Craft and repair. Oops. No, don't pick it up. Well, anyways, make
Autopilot
1,
jumping.
2, 3, 4, 4. Yeah. So we're just gonna add more beds here. So 7, 8.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, that's an elemental here. Let's get him. Where is the elemental here? There you are.
Approaching Stargate.
Water 3.
Your skill
Nice.
has
Ooh.
increased.
I heard these elementals really well, and they're going to pay, too. They are EP, which will pay, yeah. I should have been here the whole time. Oh, well. Yes, damn it. Dead.
Autopilot jumping.
Ice clusters.
Warping to Stargate.
We kill demons and ice
Warp drive
clusters.
active.
I guess I could kill everything. All of it's good.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Now get back out.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached. Warp
Make you
drive
feel
active.
Babe. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sure do. You don't know nothing about waking, do you? Do you?
I will.
Do you know anything about cotton? Uh-uh.
Start with.
Sure is. It's pretty hard. It's pretty hard.
And place I live on, they're not hiring anybody because they say they're gonna get the cat out with the machine. I just don't understand how the people gonna live through the winter. That's living on the place. I don't understand it because now they're like older people. They ain't doing anything. Some of them older people are even having chicks to live by. It's gonna be tough.
That's right. Sure, you're trapped. In a way, you're trapped. That's right. That was a key word.
That's the key word, all right. You're
trapped here hoping for the better.
People is more or less trapped here because if he has families and things to take care of, so little as he makes, he don't gain enough to go to other places where there may be jobs and things, and then still he has to have money when he gets to them places.
I think colored man should have a chance to still make a living on this land. Because I just don't understand why it all belonged to the white man. So much about it I don't understand. How can he become to own something that wasn't his from the beginning? I don't know how and why. Since he didn't cultivate it all by himself, and whatever it was that causes him to be rich now, well, he didn't do that all by himself. Well, I think that he should share it. Tell you a lie, I tell you another reason why we should share some of it, because just they say their people fought and died for this young man. Well, some of our people did the same thing. Our Men went and fought and died for this land just as well so as they did. Once upon a time, there was no machinery. And Negroes went into these lands, into these, say, woods and bayous, and they cleared away all these places. And in so many years, they worked for nothing. Simply nothing. And the rich man, white man, he gotten rich. So I figure the black man should have a chance to make a decent living.
Throughout the Delta this year, more than 50,000 Negroes had no work. The system, which their labor once created, but over which they had no control, left them with no skills and no place else to go. Most remained in shacks on the farm.
Oh my
The most powerful
God.
members of the white community have not encouraged industry to come to the Delta. For one thing, industry would drive up wages. White conservatives think the best solution is for the unemployed Negro to leave the South. Chief spokesman for the conservatives is a lawyer in Clarksdale named Sims Luckett.
I don't think that there is any true future for the Negro in this community or the white persons in this community or the white people in this community.
I would not even give him the time on my stream. He's a fucking shithead.
Public facilities that are presented by this large number of people who are not making a substantial contribution
Bullshit.
to we'll say the tax structure, the financial purse that has to be raised in order to meet these requirements of everyday
If you paid them, they would.
But if we did have a manageable proportion of Negroes in this community, the whites would be better off and the Negroes would be better off.
Oh my God, you weird shithead fucking freak. Fucking freak. Fucking freaking nature. Fucking weird fucking freak. Fucking freaky fucking freak white man. Fucking freaking nature white man with your weird freaking nature fucking opinions.
No, but just get killed. That's all.
Fucking freak.
You know, I've been here all my day and done got old now. I just, town is for young people. Town just too fast for older people like me. See, ain't nothing I can do in town. No, but just get killed. That's all. Hey, this is the best place for old people, ain't it? This is to the present.
Oh my God. Okay, in the Revelwood, where's Revelwood? So I can't yet. I guess I can't yet. I forget what I was even trying to do, but yeah. Alright.
Warp drive active.
it's done. Oh, wait. Can I build... Oh, wow. It's way bigger than I thought. Hi, kitty. Hi. You wanna go outside? There's no rain. You should go outside. You're stir crazy. We gotta let you out, kitty. Go outside. There's no rain. Get out there, kitty. Go on. Get out there, kitty. Come on, get out there. You know you want to get out there. Get out there, kitty. Go out there and enjoy it. Yeah. Nice.
Warp drive active.
Then why unlock the arrows so early? Oh, won't it let me craft a shield or something? I forgot. Or maybe it's her. She'll let me craft a shield, I think. Trying rack, but do I have that? Yeah, I do. No, she won't make a shield. I think it's him. I think he makes a shield. Yeah, he'll make a shield, but I need metal sheets. I can't make metal sheets yet, so okay, never mind. So we're good. I was gonna put down these things for RP. Oh, dark elementals. Dark weather. Look, I'm doing the same thing I was doing on Horizon already. But at least now I have a AI party with me and I don't die. I don't get angry all the time. Oh, look, we carved through these things.
Your skill has increased.
Die, dark elemental. Yeah, where else is a dark elemental? Wide scan, looking for dark elementals. Oh, look. Wow, on retail, the zone runs way better and it looks cooler. It's got like fog and stuff when it's dark. I didn't really realize how much better retail was. Maybe I can get Goblin Reapers over here and get my stun scroll. Oh, I aggroed a demon? Yeah, I did.
Your scale has increased. Your scale has increased. Your scale has increased.
Water 3, bitch.
Your scale
Shasha.
has increased.
Gotta get to the dark elemental.
Your scale has increased. Your scale has increased.
I've noticed that like spell interruptions basically don't happen anymore. No, I guess they do. I suppose I should put
Your
Aqua
scale
Veil
has
up.
increased.
The white mage is finally casting Protectra, which is cool. Or maybe it's Miley's doing it, I don't know. I wish I had stun. Oh, we interrupted him. The ranger just one-shots him. I actually really like watching it. It's so much better than fucking private. The ranger's just like, nah, fuck you. Here's Sidewinder. Enjoy 1400 damage or whatever it was. Like, yeah, 1400 damage or whatever. Just cast spells. I'm learning that I don't need to dot. I probably don't need to dot. It's nice to have elemental magic skills, so I have it. Stuff for bosses and shit like that. NMs. But I mean, I should be casting spells. Elemental magic skills is the best thing I could get. Oh, he slept us all, that son of a bitch. Oh, well. Oh, I don't have my drones out. Go, go, go. Captain Pepinion. Okay, we're full. Going out. I need water, I guess? Yeah, use item water. Food and corn. Can we double layer or whatever? There, yeah, can we like do this again? As we leave? Nope. Oh well. Got a good bar. I'm still asleep. Oh, yeah. Can I teleport to the ancient spire? We're going out west. I don't want to use my stand. Yay, cast spells. Kill him. Water 3. Shaw, die. The spell starts to look good. This was the caster I wanted. Final Fantasy retail caster was what I wanted. I've been looking forever. I'm like, none of these games, like Skyrim kind of comes close to it with mods, but I'm like, none of these games, like none of these games give you like a perfect caster class. I climb up higher. No. I like the wingsuit. It's quite fun. Okay, we killed this dark cluster. Wide scan for any other dark elementals. No. No dark elemental spawn, huh? Maybe I can't see it is all. Let's go north and see. Maybe it's supposed to be random. Let's turn the music back on, since I don't seem to be watching the video. Oh, I aggroed demons, did I? Oh, go, go, go. Oh, this is quite fun to me. So...
Your skill has increased.
Down, bitch, fire 2. How much was that? That was, yeah, 242, not bad. I am out to mana. Let's go see if I white scan over here. If a dark elemental pops, it does. We will stop and get mana where it's saved. Dynamic reverb, yep. And so the game sounds are at 20, are they? I think they're kind of loud. 15, but the master could be louder. Oh! Whoa! What's in there? I don't like my torch button. It's fucking annoying to me. I guess I don't truly need this here. I could always switch. I could be like 2 and then X. And in this way... No, that always needs to be that. But... that doesn't need to be on the bar. It could be closer. I rarely ever use the wand. But I mean, I do need to be able to reach for it. I don't really use the staff that much either, so we'll go staff wand. Yeah, or well, I guess it would be wand staff, and the staff is like the ender. Yeah, like 7 key for the really rare ender or healer that I need. Yeah, this is a little bit more based on... yeah, like a little bit more based on reality, because I need light like all the time. Oh.
I would like for you to help us down here in Mississippi. We are not surviving a little bit. Their children's hungry, and people are not getting a decent living. And I know it is in your power that if you can send help.
The brain damage that I saw on the timeline that gave me direct literal CTE by just simply being online. I'm of course referencing Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish's wonderful statement.
Love you all.
After gifting millions of dollars, I guess, and I don't know what the exact background is, but basically she was at the Wall Street Journal Innovator Awards in New York, and in a room full of billionaires, she was calling out the billionaires, and so many people on Twitter did the exact same thing that they do all the time to people like myself. She has donated a quarter of her net worth, $11.5 million. That is an insane amount, okay? If a billionaire were to do that, you could solve, like, almost single-handedly some of these issues, like homelessness, you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. Because a lot of people, unfortunately, do not comprehend the difference between a billion and a million, okay? A million seconds is 11 days. A billion seconds is 31 years. There are a million different videos on the internet trying to explain this difference, but people don't understand. They think the difference between a billion and a million is just a B swapped for an M. Okay, it's not.
No, it's 1,000 million.
Much
It's
more
so
than that.
much
That's
more.
why we always say even a millionaire is far closer to homelessness, to having zero net worth, than they are to a billionaire. Even 100 millionaire is, I think, closer to homelessness than they are to a single billionaire. People do not understand that distinction, and they think everyone is personally. If you're if you're far richer than I am and far richer than I ever could be, it doesn't make any difference to me from where I'm standing. You're the same guy. It's like, no, it's not the same. And it's so strange. And this isn't even like to defend millionaires, okay? There are plenty of assholes, all right? Myself included. But like, distinction is also important because like, while these people are also profoundly fortunate, profoundly wealthy, myself included, we do not have a fraction of the power that one singular billionaire holds in the palm of their hands. And not only that, but also it's more so the accessibility of these people, right? Here's what she said, and then she got dunked on and got yelled at.
Love you all, but there's a few people in here that have a lot more money than me. And if you're a billionaire, why are you a billionaire? No hate, but yeah, give your money away, shorties. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
So she said that, and the timeline lit up. There was a lot of support for it, obviously. There was a lot of support for it. People were like, oh, that's great. Like, that's cool. She's right, which is the normal position to take here. And then there were a lot of people who were like, well, you should literally be wearing a barrel around your chest and living in squalor because you demanded that the most powerful people around the world that are basically functional demigods, that are basically monarchs, that have the wealth and power that monarchs used to have, those people should give back more so that we can all live in a better society overall. Everyone was like, how dare you say that? Now, the reason why this shit pisses me off personally is because I hear it all the time from the dumbest people, but also it is like these people don't realize that this is peasant brain mentality. You are literally defending billionaires when you do this. How do you not understand? How do you not understand that you are defending billionaires when you do this? Yeah, when the rich talk to the mega rich. She just donated 20% of her net worth. Now imagine if a billionaire only donates 1%. Great. For your information, the difference between her net worth, about 50 million, and the net worth of a billionaire is 950 million. They are not the same. I know her heart was pumping out of her chest. She looked so nervous. Side-eye Taylor Swift. Exactly. There's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. Dolly Parton will be a billionaire many times over. She donates so much. Billionaires could virtually save the world any day, and they actively choose not to. I just don't like. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It's so annoying because one, money is fake. And it's never been more fake. Okay? It's never been more fake than it is at this moment. And it's so goddamn annoying because not only is money fake, but for the average person, they have no way of comprehending what a billion looks like, okay? It is such and they have no way of even comprehending what a million looks like, which is precisely the reason why they're like, well, there's no distinction between these two people. There's so many different things that frustrate me about this dynamic. One of the things that frustrates me is that no matter what your class position is, or no matter what your level of wealth is, the moment that you say, hey, people should maybe give back more and be kind to others, everyone on the internet goes, ha, you. It's like, brother, you are tweeting that from your Motorola Razr phone in a busted ass 1998 Honda Civic that was a hand-me-down. Like, this person is on your side. Part of the reason why you're in the situation that you're in, and it's virtually impossible for you to generate any kind of wealth or have any sort of financial prosperity or financial security, any sort of real freedoms in your life, is unironically because we have too many billionaires. But God forbid somebody calls it out. Immediately we go, how dare you call that out? I'm going to be a billionaire one day. It's like, come on, man. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. And then, of course, this kind of dipshit gets promoted nothing more inspiring than millionaires castigating billionaires. It's not just any millionaire castigating billionaires. It's a millionaire that is doing their part. You should take a note from Billy's book. What do you mean? It's so annoying. This kind of stuff, from the way people reflect on it, because we are the most propagandized people on the planet. This is capitalism propaganda through and through. This is capitalist propaganda that is baked in to the collective consciousness of the dispossessed masses, that they are angry, they are pissed off, they're frustrated, and they don't even know where to direct their attention to. And when someone comes out and says, hey, direct your attention to the super, super, super wealthy people that control all of the levers of society, they go, how dare you say that? You, in my mind, actually have more power than some billionaire, because I don't know who the fucking billionaire is. The billionaire didn't make an album that was important for me, or a billionaire didn't actually get into drama with another, musician that I really love. So obviously I don't give a fuck about the billionaire. It's like they're boring for a reason, okay? They're boring and mostly invisible for a reason, with the exception of like the Elon Musks of the world. People would rather direct their enmity towards someone like Bernie Sanders for dropping a mill off of his book that he wrote after being in office and advocating for the working poor for like 100 years than the people that he wants to tax more. And the other problem here is that this makes it so that people go, all right, why the f would I say anything? It's much better to shut the fuck up. This is the same principle for everything. I do advocacy, so this is something that's like very near and dear to me. When I see someone in a moment where they are obviously putting their money where their mouth is, and then coming out and also demanding more from others, not from you, not from the average working class person, but like instead, those who are unimaginably powerful. The working class does the bidding of the powerful for them, where they just redirect that animosity towards a more accessible group of people. It blows my goddamn mind. It's just peasant mindset. It's so annoying. Yeah, here are a million different ways. 1 billion versus 1 million. Here are a billion different ways to try and help people comprehend this. Defending a person with $50 million, by the way, very cuck behavior. Well, about 40, since she gave 11 million away. Everyone with that much wealth or more should give up to a fifth of it at least. Like, that's what this is a person who is defending billionaires by attacking the millionaires, saying that billionaires should give more. How cucked are you? How cucked are you in that situation? It's not nice to make fun of peasants. No, it's like, this is peasant mindset, 100%. Yeah, now compare a millionaire with regular folk. Tax them too, what the fuck? You think I don't want millionaires to be taxed? Are you stupid? No, these people are like, no. So you're saying you are not a millionaire? Not you unintentionally glazing Fantano. That's the other thing that breaks people's brains, where it's like, that's the other thing that breaks people's brains when someone who is wealthy goes, no, I want to be taxed more. I don't give a shit. Yes, I want to fund these programs. Like, it breaks their goddamn brains. They go, what do you mean? This creates negative incentives for people to come out and speak out. It makes me so mad. That's why I also always say, it's like, there is no reward in doing the right thing. The reward in and of itself is just simply doing the right thing. That's it. That's the only reward. That's why no one does this for a cynical purpose, okay? I know everybody thinks when someone comes out and makes a statement like this, there's some hidden cynical reason. Oh, it's just marketing. It's just propaganda. No, dude. You just get fucking yelled at by people who you are advocating for. That's what it is. That's why you just do it. You don't do it because you're going to get something out of it. You do it because it's the right thing to do. And I hate how cynical people are. Because they are so nihilistic. They have been hurt so much. And they're so angry that the moment where they see someone speak out on an issue like this, they go, oh, that person must be grifting. No, dude, they could have just kept quiet. There is no reward for speaking out like this. There's only animosity. Yeah, I said massive amounts of angry people yelling at Billie Eilish for being rich while calling out billionaires are oblivious to the wealth a billion holds and are more invested in yelling at someone more in reach. The appearance of hypocrisy online is worse than actual harm. Like, this isn't even, you can even literally be a billionaire yourself. And if you make this if you do this advocacy and also on top of that, literally fucking give away as much as you possibly can so you're no longer a fucking billionaire, that's still a good thing. Millionaires are not poor. Poverty is a relative concept. Millionaires are not fucking poor. That's ridiculous. Okay, that's ridiculous. Of course they're not poor, especially when the average working class person has nothing. Nothing at all. In comparison to the millionaires. The argument is not even that, millionaires have no money. Like, that's not what I'm saying. That's dumb as fuck. The argument here is that there is a ginormous wealth disparity even amongst millionaires and the average billionaire. But even besides that, this is not even like the average millionaire. The average millionaire just shuts the fuck up because he knows that the system is already designed so that nobody ever fucking pays attention to them. And we have a tendency as a society to punish those who do talk about it. It's very strange. It's a very strange phenomena. If you spent $10,000 every single day, it'd take 100 days to spend $1 million. It would take you 274 years to spend $1 billion. The gap is insane. You're asking Americans to understand basic math is an impossible task? No. Even if you don't understand basic math, I'm asking Americans not to understand basic math. I'm asking Americans to understand their own class position. I'm asking Americans to not be so cynical. I'm asking not just Americans, but just people, working class people all around the world, especially in the Western world. The more capitalist our culture is, the more you see this kind of mentality from people who feel like they have overcome the propaganda. They have believed and have a firm commitment to the fucking prosperity gospel, who think, no, if I suck billionaire toes, one day I too can be a billionaire. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, U.S. billionaires reached a record-breaking $7.6 trillion in wealth as of September 2025, an increase of $4.7 trillion in less than 8 years. Most of that wealth hasn't been taxed and won't be taxed under our current system. This is why everything sucks. It's not the trans people, it's not the immigrants. You are being robbed blind before your eyes. And those same people who also own all the tech and media networks to tell you that the cause is not them. That's exactly what's going on. And people just don't see it. They don't want to see it. And it's especially those who think they are above it. It is especially those who think, oh, I can't be propagandized against. I'm actually quite smart. It's good to have a little bit of skepticism. It's good to apply a critical lens to the information that you're consuming. But many people don't realize that they are actually engaging in the most pessimistic, the most cynical framework when they actually apply this hyper scrutiny, not to those who are saying everything is great, shut the fuck up. If you fucking work hard, you'll get there, trust me. But instead the people that say, no, the system is designed to fuck you. That's what it is crabs in a bucket. How am I being robbed? How does this actually affect me? The economy isn't zero sum. So the mere fact that the wealthy people are getting wealthier doesn't mean anyone else is getting poorer. You, if you are a wage laborer, are playing a formative role in the productive output. You're creating this wealth. And then that wealth is staying at the tippy top. That's it. That's what we mean when we say it's theft. That's what we mean when we say profits are exploitation.
All right, in the world of new video game releases, things are certainly slowing down a bit this November. Nevertheless, though, we do have some things to look forward to. Where Winds Meet is an open-world action-adventure RPG set in ancient China and threaded with wuxia fantasy. The game also has a rather unique twist on it in that it almost functions as two games in one. Depending on what you prefer, you can literally play the game entirely as a single-player action RPG or as a full-on open-world, kind of like a quasi-MMO. It's both of these things in one. How this works is after a few hours of playing through first the tutorial and then a little introduction to the campaign, you eventually unlock online mode, and by simply flipping a switch, you can convert the entire game world into a shared multiplayer space. Both of these are made up of the same zones with basically identical topography, points of interest, cities, enemy strongholds, the whole shebang, but they also each feature different types of content, quests, modes, and of course, one of them has other players running around in the world. It's like a fairly unique structure for a game world. In terms of gameplay, it features a rather in-depth action combat system. You've got all of the expected light, heavy, charge attacks and combos, along with defensive options with dodging, blocking, and parrying, on top of having 2 separate special ability and attack bars. This is a weapon-based game. Bulk of your combat skills beyond those basic attacks are determined by the type of weapons you have equipped. There are spears, swords, twin blades, umbrellas, bows, skylanders, rope darts, and fans. All of these different weapon classes, each of which come with their own special attacks and abilities, and having unique named weapons for each of the classes, and from which you have 2 of those equipped at any given time. The open world is one big seamless play space. You've got no loading screens apart from whenever you fast travel, and zones consist of the expected mixture of natural landscapes with pockets of civilization, big open grassy fields, you got rivers and lakes, rolling hills, large mountainous areas, and dense forest. Spotted all throughout here are points of interest and places to explore. There are NPC towns with villagers and some impressively large cities, and then of course there are the combat-focused points of interest full of enemies and loot to discover. You've got tiny camps with small groups of bandits or larger strongholds of enemies with things like castles, abandoned ruins, and military outposts. There's also a variety of hidden underground dungeons full not only of enemies and loot, but also a variety of puzzles for you to figure out. And then also all throughout the world are these specifically marked locations for boss encounters with some rather challenging foes for you to take on inside. While out exploring and talking to NPCs, doing quests, there's also all sorts of different events and mini games you can engage with. There's actually quite a lot of traversal options in this game. Beyond a horse mount, you can double jump, air dash, and glide. You can climb up pretty much everything. You've got a wall run and the ability to leap across massive gaps. And once again, you have all of this in either the single player or the online multiplayer mode. Swapping just takes the exact same world map and turns it into that shared multiplayer space, with every zone having the same landscape, the same placement of points of interest, the same town locations. All of that stays as is, but then you see other people running around all over the place, and it also again opens up some different group-focused activities with group boss hunts, public events, new dungeon locations, and some PvP options as well. Now, I did do a full video as part of a sponsor a few months ago in which we cover a lot of this stuff in way more detail, so if you're at all interested, give that a look. But frankly, this is one of the games this month that I'm most keen to jump back into. Like, I had a pretty good time with it. Where Winds Meet will be launching on November 14th. It is coming to PC and PlayStation. Before we continue on with this month's list, though, let's get a quick word from today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by Duet Night Abyss. This is a fantasy adventure hybrid action RPG featuring a dual narrative and high degrees of character freedom. In battles, you'll be able to switch between melee and ranged weapons, not limited to a single weapon class or play style, choosing from a wide variety of different weapons, including whipped blades, crossbows, sniper rifles, grenade launchers, and high-tech hover guns. For the official launch of Duet Night Abyss, they have completely overhauled the original core logic of the game. So initially, this was a game with your typical gacha systems. However, after feedback during the closed beta testing, they removed the weapon and character banners, so now all player power is farmable in-game exclusively. Monetization has shifted to character cosmetics with skins, accessories, effects, etc. that have zero impact on your stats or power. They've also got custom dyes available for character and weapon skins, with their plan being to continuously release new cosmetics post-release, being totally free-to-play friendly with zero gacha or stamina limits. Duet Night Abyss is currently now available on PC, iOS, and Android. You can download right now to unlock 7 free characters through launch events and enjoy 55 plus free pulls for the cosmetic banner right away. All right, now back into the list. There is a new Call of Duty dropping this month. This year's installment being Black Ops 7, developed by Treyarch and Raven Software. With it comes a cooperative campaign, the usual multiplayer experience, and the return of the round-based zombies mode. When checking out the game's Steam page for information, most of what I saw there was pre-order bonuses and season pass details. That's fantastic. But some actual bullet point features of like this year's content include multiplayer this year is going to be mostly focused on 6 vs 6 across a total of 16 maps. There's also this objective-based skirmish mode, which allows for 20 vs 20 combat combat on 2 large maps. There are 30 customizable loadout weapons, with more planned to be added post-launch. You have got the weapon prestige system, which can unlock additional cosmetics for your weapons of choice. New to Black Ops 7's multiplayer is the overclock upgrade system, which will be granting additional abilities to players selected with lethal and tactical equipment, score streaks, and field upgrades. Players can activate combat specialties that will be granting in-game buffs with specific combinations of perks similar to Black Ops 6. And then there is Zombies mode. As usual, this lets 1 to 4 players fight endless hordes of undead, increasing in number and difficulty with every round. The mode also features a few maps. Each of these will have a main quest that players must complete, along with a number of side quests and Easter eggs to discover. And there's some new zombie variants added as well, including Survival, a selection of smaller maps with no story or objectives, focused entirely on round progression. There's also Cursed, which readjusts the gameplay mechanics for a more difficult experience, and Dead Ops Arcade 4, a new iteration of the standalone top-down shooter mode that was featured in some previous Black Ops titles. As for the campaign, it will be set in 2035, 10 years after the events of Black Ops 2 2012's edition. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'll play this. However, since it's launching on the same day as Where Winds Meet, I am more inclined to check out that game, especially curious to see all the MMO stuff it apparently has. But you know, it is Call of Duty, and I'm fairly certain a few of you watching this will play it, so I wanted to, of course, mention it. If I get time this month, I might give it a look as well. Black Ops 7 will be launching on November 14th for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Solo Leveling Arise Overdrive is a third-person action RPG set in the world of the popular webtoon with over 14 billion views worldwide. The description of this game is kind of hilarious. They say you are tasked with helping Sung Jin-woo grow from his humble E-rank beginnings to be a lowly E-rank trying to rise. Key features of the game include you'll be following the original story from the webtoon along with some new adventures exclusive to the game. It's got dynamic animated combat that evolves with a choice of weapons and skill combos. You can dodge monster attacks with extreme evasion, not just regular evasion, and land powerful counterattacks with the perfect parry. You will build your own unique combat style through a skill tree that branches into 8 different job advancements, overwhelm the battlefield with abilities unlocked through your Monarch's Awakening, and experience Sung Jin-woo's transformation into the ultimate Monarch of Shadows. It's got 4-player co-op raids where you will take on mighty commanders, and a crafting system where you can forge weapons from the parts of monsters you defeat. Combat and visuals look pretty cool. The narrative around this I don't really know much about, but I'm interested in giving it a go if I have the time. Solo Leveling Arise Overdrive will be launching on November 24th, coming to PC and Xbox. And then lastly in this section, while not technically launching in November, I am just tossing it on the list anyways because it's likely going to be the game I spend probably the most time playing this month. That is Arc Raiders. The game is actually officially releasing on October 30th. I've been waiting on this for quite a long time though. After having played multiple pre-release builds of the game, I just really like it, and I'm super pumped it is finally here. I expect at least the first 2 weeks of November, this is mostly what I'm going to be doing, playing a ton of Arc Raiders. Now, if you haven't caught the memo, this is the latest title from Embark Studios. It is a PvEVP extraction game, but beyond the basic extraction formula, the game does a few things quite well, which has made it stand apart from others in the genre. It's got rather impressive and deadly AI enemies called Arc that are a literal, real threat for you to deal with. It's not just something to walk by as you fight other players. You've got to pay attention to these. It's also got some pretty top-notch visuals and audio, which combine to create a really good atmosphere. It's a rather unique, almost survival horror-like experience. If you play the game solo, it can be actually quite spooky with how dangerous the enemies are. The game's performance is like S tier. It just runs incredibly well. It's also a third-person game, which I really like. It's got solid feeling gunplay, interesting loot, not overly complicated consumables, some really good quick play options where you can drop in with some randomized gear and items, and some nice progression where you can enhance your play style or enhance your abilities based on your preferred play style. All of this and more has resulted in what is easily one of the most hyped up extraction game launches we have seen in years. I myself am really into it. So yeah, while technically it launched a couple days ago, Arc Raiders is on this list because it's what I'm going to be playing for a good chunk of November. Alright right, so those are the main games I am most interested in for the month of November. However, as always, we've got a few honorable mentions. The Last Caretaker is a first-person survival crafting adventure game. You play as a reawakened machine with a mission to secure humanity's future, crafting tools and weapons from salvaged technology, navigating a treacherous ocean world, and exploring forgotten facilities that hold the key to humanity's survival. You will care for and grow human seeds, managing crucial systems like incubation temperature, nutrient flow, and memory data integration, unlock advanced biopods and synthetic caretakers to accelerate development and ensure successful revival. You'll have to defend the Lazarus complex from these rogue machines as well as environmental threats, building automated defenses, upgrading mobile platforms, and deploying countermeasures during storms and system breaches. And the ultimate goal here is to try to restore and reactivate the ancient Moses launch infrastructure to send this reborn humanity beyond the drowning world, scavenge for launch codes, refine fuel, and rebuild navigation AI systems to ensure mission success. A fairly unique looking and sounding game, The Last Caretaker will be launching on November 6th, coming to Steam Early Access. There is also a demo available, so you can try it at any time. Possessors is described as a fast-paced action side-scroller with combat inspired by platform fighters, a story told through dangerous characters, set in a deep interconnected world ready for exploration. The game takes place across this interconnected sprawl of a destroyed megacity in which you will explore collapsed skyscrapers, abandoned aquariums, and more, all of which riddled with secrets. You'll choose multiple paths with an open-ended structure as you look to uncover the truth behind the catastrophe, meeting a cast of engaging characters, each with their own story to follow in the aftermath of the devastation. Gameplay is centered around tight, fast-paced platforming with a range of unique movement abilities that help aid in this tense, precise combat as you balance ground and air attacks, replete with combos and juggles while encountering a variety of deadly enemies.
I like the dark.
Progression will
It's
have you
good.
finding and unlocking an array of powerful weapons and upgrades to bolster your arsenal and unlock previously inaccessible areas. Possessors will be launching on November 11th, coming to PC and PlayStation. One of the most popular extraction shooters to date is finally getting its 1.0 update this month, and that is Escape from Tarkov. This update includes
Escape from Tarkov is 1.0.
with narrative
Story
arcs,
campaign.
and a variety of missions that guide the players through the game's world. It's got 4 different unique endings. There is a prestige system, more map progression, a brand new map terminal, as well as a new faction and some improved weapon mechanics. Escape from Tarkov, you probably know it by now, but yes, it is finally coming into 1.0, as well as getting its Steam release on November the 15th. The Midnight Walkers is a hardcore PvPvE FPS zombie extraction game. Yes, I know there might be some genre fatigue here, but the zombie twist sounds neat to me, and I'm always interested in more games. All right, so you can play the game in solos or trios. You'll go around, scavenge for loot to get gear, kill zombies, and deal with other survivors looking to escape. Of course, if you make it out alive, you can then craft with material, buy or sell more powerful equipment. But like most extraction games, if you do everything, the setting here is pretty interesting. It's set in what's called Liberty Grand Center. It is a giant mega complex made up of many floors, with each floor having a different unique theme. So there's like a hospital, a shopping mall, and a casino, and more coming as well. Beyond the zombies, you've got to deal with the other survivors. Now, as time passes in a match, this poison gas spreads to random floors, and you have to use elevators and or stairs to avoid the gas. These are the sort of things that restrict the play space to try to force more player conflict. It's class-based, with there being 4 classes. Brick is a warrior who uses a large hammer and heavy armor. Crow, the assassin, is quick and uses daggers. Lockdown is a sniper with a bow. And Margarita is a support class that mixes cocktails to heal and buff allies. Clever name there. I will admit, gameplay footage looks a little iffy, but I'll be happy if we end up pleasantly surprised. The Midnight Walkers will be launching on November 20th, coming to PC. And then finally on this month's list, we have got Of Ash and Steel. This is an immersive third-person open-world RPG created by a team that aims to capture the essence of classic old-school RPGs with modern designs. They say we'll be exploring the lands of a once prosperous island while honing our combat skills and surviving in the unforgiving realm of the Kingdoms of the Seven. So for combat and character progression, they are said to offer skill-based combat. Instead of starting as a hero, players have to learn to fight by combining combat stances, active skills, and using the environment. There will be 3 skill branches. Players can invest in survival, which is cooking and healing, craftsmanship, which is item creation and equipment improvement, and war, which includes swordsmanship and physical strength. There's further customization with abilities being able to be customized, influencing how NPCs view the player. You'll be exploring this interesting world with no marker system, dynamic environments, tons of survival mechanics, and an immersive atmosphere. And for gameplay mechanics, they're promising to have world impact, where your actions will have a significant impact on the world based on the choices you make. Beyond combat, you can engage in other activities like cooking and crafting, and there's no level scaling. Enemies have fixed levels, providing a great sense of danger to, well, more dangerous areas that you'll have to wait until you're prepared to actually take on. This one actually looks pretty promising. It also has a Steam demo available right now if you want to check it out early. Of Ash and Steel will be launching on November 24th, coming to PC. All right, like I said, it's a little bit of a lighter month, but definitely stuff in here that I'm looking forward to. My current plans for the month is I'm likely going to be playing Arc Raiders for the first week or two, probably non-stop. Expect at least a couple of videos from me on this one. After that, I will plan to check out Where Winds Meet. I'm really hoping this multiplayer kind of quasi-MMO stuff turns out to be good. Also really curious about the game's PvP systems. After that, I think solo leveling could be some fun here. And then the last game I am most interested in is actually probably Of Ash and Steel, now that I take a look at the list again. Yeah, I'm going to give that one a shot as well. All right, anything else coming November that you're looking forward to? As always, let me know in the comments below if there's something I missed that you're really looking forward to playing this month. But that does it for today. Thank you as always for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Take it easy.
No, the transgender ideologies.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
This is when it starts to get fun. You can just start picking spells out of the book, dumping them on him. And it gets really fun. I love scrolling through a list of spells and being like, sorry, I deal with a stone 3 then. Fuck you. Die. And he's dead. See? Stone goes shooting through the ground and kills him. 326. Yeah. I kind of want to take Black Mage to 99, but I'm going to sit 75 while I do all the 75 content. And then I'll go up and I'll do Treasures of Otter Gone. But I mean, like, well, now I'm going to go to Wings, I guess. I don't know. I should do all the content, I guess. I don't know. I could just run through, like, all of it, Divine Might and all that. With a tank, I can do it all. It'll be fun at 75 with all the scrolls and everything, but I gotta get to 75, get all the scrolls, get it all set up and everything.
Your skill has increased.
Let's run some Stone God 2.
Your skill has increased.
Hero God 2. Stone God 2. Hero God 2. I love fighting like 3 of these. It's quite fun. All right, close them up, Semi.
Your skill has
Close them up. Oh, there he is. Aragot 2. And we'll close with a Water 3. That bitch dead. Yep. We'll go Stone 3 to end him. Done. Kill the Evil Eye. I killed the entire hallway. All right. right, time to dump. The game's still too loud.
Stuff is not a mountain out of a molehill. It's basically a molehill that people are just fixated on. I know that it's a very small issue, but I would view it in the same way as I view flat Earth. If I knew somebody believed in flat Earth, that would completely disqualify them in my mind from being a decision maker for anything else. Because their decision-making faculties have been compromised. Destroy them completely. Destroy everything about them. And I think transgender is another good example of that, especially whenever it comes to minors and it comes to sports. Mayors in jail, put the governors up.
Why are you bringing it up?
Act for sedition. Put all
what does trans have to do with this?
The shit in front of the detention centers.
Man, you went full Nazi so quick. Jesus Christ. You are from Texas, am I surprised?
Authorize the police officers to respond
For fuck's
with
sake,
violence
man.
to them immediately.
I can't believe I ever liked this guy.
This person is this delusional that they think this thing that is so far removed from reality that it provides a frame of reference that this person cannot be allowed to operate and be expected to operate as a rational actor. It's illogical. It's completely illogical. That's the reason why the transgender issue matters so much. Bring in the military if you need to.
It doesn't.
Bring in the National Guard.
It doesn't matter,
do
you
whatever
idiot.
you need to do. Look and find out who's funding this. Take those people, charge them with incitement for terrorism, put them in Guantanamo Bay.
What?
Like, I'm talking about scorched earth, Old Testament. Get them the fuck out. It's like people who believe the Earth is 6,000 years old.
Why do you talk like this,
believe,
Hitler?
It's
Jesus
flat.
Christ.
Or people that believe that there's like lizards living in the center of the Earth and they're the ones controlling everybody here. Like, these ideals are just so batshit crazy stupid that they provide a frame of reference that disqualifies that type of a person from having the opinion on anything else. I think they should use actual ammo, and if anybody throws a rock or tries to harm one of the police officers, I think they should just use deadly force to stop it from happening. There's no reason why anybody should be putting up with that, and it's disgusting, honestly, that there's so many people that are okay with it. Yeah, shoot on sight? Absolutely. Yeah, of course.
You are promoting violence, you crazy shithead.
I want to help those kids become the person they are, and I want to tell the parents that they should still love them no matter what.
Have you ever seen a happy, thriving child walking and smiling with their friends on the way back to their parents' house? A happy child that for years was in distress, that battled with crushing depression and dread, but is finally free and content. And you thought, wow, this is just like flat Earth. This child should hate themselves again.
I am very smart. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us.
Yes, they are. Yes, they
come from an
are.
inferior culture.
No,
that
they
is
don't.
horrible. It people
No,
for
they
their
don't.
identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values.
Your
stand
hate
for,
mongering is
and it
fucking
an
disgusting, you
inferior
shithead. I
culture
can't
in
believe I
all
ever
ways.
watched
If
you.
this sounds
I
like
feel
you,
deep
then you
shame.
might be, well,
Deep
well, let's be
shame.
honest, you might be a lot of people. It's not exactly hard to find rabid transphobes these days, offline and especially online. Thanks, Elon Musk, for that one, by the way. But you might also be the subject of this video. Famed blood wall haver, dead rat alarm clock user, and cockroach climbing wall made flesh, Zach Raw, or as most know him, Asmongold. As a rule on this channel, I try not to come after the same creator twice. That rule obviously doesn't apply to politicians and people like Elon Musk and J.K. Rowling, you know, literal billionaires with actual power using their influence to make the world a worse place for millions of people. But for creators, I think usually once I've ragged on someone, it's time to move on. However, have you seen the shit Asmongold's been saying about trans people recently?
And so we think they should not be teaching transgenderism in anything other than maybe the last year of high school. Children should not be getting exposed to transgender ideology. It's like people who believe the earth is 6,000 years old, or people that believe it's flat, or people
Why
that
are you
believe that there's
dancing
lizards
across
living in the
these
center of
weird
the earth and they're the ones controlling
topics?
everybody here. Like, these ideals are just so batshit crazy stupid that they provide a frame of reference that disqualifies that type of a person from having the opinion on anything else.
Clearly, it wasn't enough to accuse trans creators of being
No, he had to go
nazis.
further.
He
He had to go
a
further.
Big fan, very big fan of giving children puberty blockers.
Forcing trans kids to go through a puberty that doesn't align with their gender identity and causes them to have depression, anxiety, and a high risk of just because you believe that trans people shouldn't be allowed to exist is bad, actually. It means children should take anabolic steroids if they are groomed through Munchausen by proxy. Like the level of transphobia in this statement, HRT, they're not anabolic steroids, and you cannot groom a cis kid to become trans. Trans kids exist.
It wasn't enough.
Trans
to
kids
deny
do
that
exist. Yeah.
by erasing the very real persecution
Trans kids
of trans
exist.
people and the destruction of queer science, literature, and culture by the Nazis.
They burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German. And it was like a retaking of Germany for Germans. That was like the uprising of the Nazis.
Because no one can stop ragging on any of us for even a second. Now, Asmongold is saying believing trans people are real is inherently illogical. That people who do believe trans people are real are mentally impaired. That transgender ideology should not be taught in schools. That kids cannot be exposed to transgender ideology. And he is comparing acknowledging the existence of trans kids to being
I can't believe I ever supported this asshole.
believing in alien Earth creationism, and to believing
I feel some
in
deep
lizard
shame.
people. Now, if you just heard the anti-Semitism alarm go off, do not adjust your TV sets. I mean, phones, because we will get to lizard people. How throwing that out there along with this man's
Yeah,
history
why? Why are you
Nile, references to
mixing
Andy Breivik,
these?
and thinking that is okay in some instances, well, it doesn't exactly paint a bright picture of our cockroach king. For now, though, I'm going to go over how this comparison is incredibly wrong and incredibly harmful. Are trans kids like lizard people or flat Earth? Well, if you
No.
look at the science behind
No.
all three of
The
these claims,
short no.
one is backed by years of empirical evidence pointing to
Immediate
positive
no.
outcomes for trans kids receiving healthcare by the end of their cause of
One is a result of internet fucking mental
thus proving that
disease.
this healthcare
The other
is
one
black
is
people,
it occurs
along
at
with the
birth.
astonishingly low regret rates for trans healthcare compared to practically every other healthcare pathway we know of. Seriously, the regret rates for, say, gender-affirming surgeries are lower than that of knee surgery. Trans surgeries, which trans kids do not get, by the way, unless at least in their late teens, and that's only if they've been out their whole life and go through more hoops than the entire country of Britain eats on their toast. That's a joke for all the Brits in the audience. I know you're there. I've seen my demographics. The other two? Well, let's check in my magic science sack, shall we? And look for the evidence of a flat Earth, of young Earth creationism, and of lizard people. Oh, wow! This sack is empty! Just like my sack after...
Thank you, Jerry, for
Good
everything
evening,
you've given
good
me.
morning, and or good night. No, wait, let's scratch that one. I'm not going anywhere. In fact, I'm just getting started. You see, it's me, Bridget Empire, science and culture correspondent for the Daily Telegraph, the only newspaper in Britain whose editors don't use dead rats as alarm clocks. That's right. While the rest of Fleet Street drinks the blood and partakes of the flesh of our friends in the sewer, the Daily Telegraph staff proudly subsist on a balanced diet of human souls and sweet, sweet Patreon subs. So keep those coming in, or Dan here will become untethered from what's left of his body and be forced to live in hell with Margaret Thatcher, Jimmy Savile, and Asmongold's dignity. For just £1 a month, you can sponsor a poor British drogger and keep a roof over his head. And also, me.
Jogger.
You can sponsor me. Today, the fruits of your donations are this: a video about how trans people are real, actually. In fact, believing that they are is logical. Because we exist. I'm right in front of you now. And how lizard people, young Earth creationism, and flat Earth are not. And why comparing them to each other is 1, bananas, and 2, evil, and 3, reveals a lot about Asmongold himself and how he thinks. But first, a quick refresher on the subject of today's video and how the hell we got here.
Society would instantly and dramatically improve if we took the bottom 5 to 10% most working kids out of school and put them in the coal mines instead. Almost all Western cultural problems are derived from adherence to the false god of equality.
Asmongold, real name Zach Hoyt, is the biggest political streamer on the biggest streaming platform on the planet. As the Tucker Carlson of Twitch, both in temperament and in popularity and in levels of horror I am in at the fact that they continue to be so popular while spitting so much venom, Asmongold exists to sit in his unclean flat, not showering or brushing his 3 remaining teeth, living among dead rats and cockroaches, and calling for the extrajudicial murder of immigrants and protesters, and calling Donald Trump a beast. But it wasn't always this way. He was once a humble World of Warcraft streamer. Before he may or may not have dated a child, or named his World of Warcraft character after a Norwegian mass murderer, he was just a little guy. But bad guys don't stay just little guys forever. And in recent years, he has shifted more and more towards being a dedicated politics streamer. And his political views are, well, from what I've seen, if Trump, for example, detonated a nuclear bomb over Los Angeles because it's got too many brown people in it, he would watch the video silently and just say, "Good. Fuck around and find out. Beast." If that sounds harsh, maybe you should watch a bit of his content. In fact, here's an extremely
7 gold
short
for a
and
small
low-light
rough
one,
adamant.
just to get a taste of what we're dealing with as a society. With this
I'm beginning to
man,
realize
one
that
of the
I'll make
biggest
so much
voices in
money with
online
this character
politics
that I can just pay
if somebody gets
for
negatively affected or
the
somebody,
priest. You know, I can
harasses
pay
them,
for the
that's just
priest.
not my problem. All cases, I've done it before. It's happened, I think, twice. One time, I had a girlfriend move in, and she said you needed to change your pillowcases, and that was in 2019. And then the other time I changed them was in 2023. And so, yeah, it's happened. There's a roach flying at me. Give me a minute. Where'd he go? Oh, shit! He's on my belly. Look at him. He's right there.
Ah, there's a roach on him. Oh, he's on your belly. Oh, why is the roach on you? Why do you have roaches?
I can't.
Get some roach spray. This is what... You can hear Bastion fucking wasting his team as he leaves.
That's baked into their laws are getting... I don't give a fuck.
They're terrible people. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture.
Yes, they
that
are.
is
They're human
directly antithetical
beings.
to everything
They
else
are
that
us,
you
you
stand
idiot.
for,
No
and it
different.
is an inferior culture
Nope.
in all ways.
Nope.
Nice guy. You got. And so that's it. America is not white people's land. That's Europe. Well, it is. It is. It absolutely is white people's land. We fought a war over it.
What?
Duh. It got conquered. What? Absolutely, it is. It's been our land for hundreds of years.
Oh, I need a new book. Oops.
Of course.
Got a suicide.
Obviously. It got conquered, yes.
I'm gonna go get dailies.
Precisely at noon, the sun would shine directly down into the water of the well. There lived a man named Eratosthenes.
In the Greek colony of Cyrene, in modern-day Libya, 2,000 years before Asmongold would compare the likelihood of the existence of trans people to a flat Earth, a man history knows only as Eratosthenes calculated the size of the Earth using technology as simple as a wooden pole. I don't actually know what material the poles were made from, but just go with me here. Eratosthenes, however, had no problem coming to terms with the fact he was measuring the circumference of the Earth, nor the distance from the Earth to the Moon and the Sun, because he, unlike some people today, like most people of his time, knew that the Earth was spherical. How, might you ask? If you find such a thing hard to believe? Why, for multiple reasons. Reasons you can observe yourself if you don't spend all day sitting in the dark with dead rats and cockroaches, such as the fact that you can see ships disappear over the horizon while their masts remain visible. And perhaps less intuitively to those of us who don't see the sky as the ancient Greeks did because of light pollution, because of astronomical phenomena, such as the changing position of stars in the sky and the curved shadow of the Earth on the Moon during the eclipse. What Eratosthenes did to predict with incredible accuracy this fascinating factoid was two things. First, he observed at noon in the summer solstice that the sun shone directly into a famous well
oh yeah,
in the
because
city
I
of
committed
Syene
suicide, right?
in Egypt, lighting just the bottom
Duh.
of the well.
I'm like, why am I dead?
Sides. So the sun was directly overhead. Then, placing a pole in Alexandria, watching as noon on the summer solstice came, and the pole still cast a shadow.
Yep.
The sun was comparatively slightly to the south. Eratosthenes, knowing roughly the distance between Syene and Alexandria, could then calculate the curvature of the very planet he was standing on.
Yep.
By dividing the length of the pole's shadow by the height of the pole, he measured the angle of the sun's rays. Assuming the Earth was a sphere, he divided 360 degrees by that angle, which would give the circumference of the Earth divided by the distance between Syene and Alexandria. Now we know that the Earth is not a sphere technically, but an oblate spheroid, so the calculation wasn't perfect, but it was damn close. None of this would work at all if the Earth was flat. Neither would the ability of people to circumnavigate the Earth, nor the patterns of weather systems and ocean currents work the way we observe them doing, going all around the Earth from continent to continent and influencing each other. In addition, no one has ever fallen off the edge of the Earth. We certainly would have heard about that if we still have stories of some dude from 2,000 years ago doing this stuff. And the excuse that there's a giant ice wall around the Earth is no excuse, given we have loads of stories of Antarctic and Arctic explorers. And on top of all of that, people have been to the moon. People have been into space. They've looked back at Earth and taken photographs of the Earth from space, and you can see its shape and the fact that not all continents are visible at once, and how, over time, the parts of the Earth you can see from space change as the Earth rotates. Like most conspiracy theories this large, you have to take more and more elements into it to explain how it still makes sense. In this instance, to believe in a flat Earth, you also need to be a moon landing truther.
Would you like to yell at the moon with Buzz Aldrin?
So, according to Asmongold, trans people cannot possibly have this same level of science. We cannot observe them or predict things involving them and have the predictions appear accurate. But I am trans and I'm here. I was a trans kid. I know trans people who've played sports, even at a semi-professional level. We have done studies on and including trans people. And unfortunately for Asmongold, we know that there are flat earthers out there, people that deny the very evidence of their eyes, and the thousands of years of observations and science proving the Earth is round. How does Asmongold know that he's not one of these people, but for trans people, rather than the other way around? Because that's exactly what he is. How does he insist that the Earth is round, but trans people don't exist, when both are backed up by observation and by the accumulation of science? What is it about trans people he doesn't believe exists? Does he realise that he's doing the equivalent of saying that round Earth shouldn't be talked about in schools?
But the basic concept is sound. Absolutely sound. And one thing, again, we absolutely know for a fact, this ain't it.
For people who believe in flat Earth, proof of the Earth's roundness is something to be hand-waved away. When the sun sets in Norway, and they call up their friend in Morocco to find the sun is still up there, that doesn't shake their beliefs, despite that being impossible if the Earth is flat. Maybe their Moroccan friend is lying. Maybe the CIA put a fake sun up to fool everyone south of the Arctic Circle. If they flew around the world, following the path of the sun, and saw the curvature of the Earth, and the sun setting slower than they would expect in real time as they're following its path, it would do nothing for them. This, I have to assume, is what Asmongold thinks trans people are like.
Your skill
Any
has
evidence
increased.
that goes against us is hand-waved away, and all evidence for us is easily debunked by anyone with actual scientific aptitude, or as he would call it, logic. Personally, I think if he were a man of logic, he would have stopped having Wendy's every day and started brushing his teeth before he only had 3 left, but that's besides the point. Because there is evidence that trans people, hell, if you want to look at the extreme stuff he's most terrified of, trans kids, ooh, exist. I'll show you some now. Also, as a person of logic myself, someone with a science PhD, I'm sure Asmongold will listen to me and not completely ignore me because I am trans.
Get the dead rat out? I don't need to anymore. It doesn't smell bad.
If this evidence is obvious bunk, and if I would dismiss evidence against it without any real consideration, then I guess I'm the same as a flat earther. So, let's look at 2 studies about trans kids. One for, and one of the most notorious ones against, championed by transphobes and conservatives as one of the smoking guns backing up the bigotry in logic.
Round 1, fight!
So first, to the boogeyman. Transgender kids who were supported in their transition by their parents, something Asmongold compares to belief in a flat earth, young earth creationism, and lizard people. Let's look at a study on outcomes of children growing up, identifying as trans, and being recognized as such by their caregivers and the medical community administrating their care. If Asmongold is right, supporting kids such as these in their transition should completely mess them up. But, according to the journal Pediatrics, in a study called Mental Health of Transgender Children Who Were Supported in Their Identities from 2016, so almost a decade old, with 1,367 citations, so well established, peer-reviewed, built on afterwards, and not at all a newfangled study thrown together at the last minute to try and fumble together a bunch of nothings into what looks like something, as all flat earth evidence is. Well, according to this study, the trans kids in the study were not completely messed up by transitioning. In fact, the very opposite was true.
It's not us putting it on our child. She's coming to me saying, and I want to be a girl. How do I become one?
This study followed 73 trans children, along with 73 non-trans children as a control group, and 49 siblings of trans kids who obviously grew up with the same parents and environment as the trans kids, just to see if the environment had anything to do with it. The transgender children were found to have similar levels of depression relative to the general population, and only slightly higher levels of anxiety. Compared to trans kids who don't transition before adulthood, they had significantly lower levels of anxiety and depression. Almost as if being trans and not getting treatment results in horrible depression. And almost as if transitioning works to alleviate this. Something I can attest to as a trans person who did not transition until my mid to late 20s. The slight rise in anxiety in these trans kids was, as other studies such as the 2023 study from the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, mainly attributable to the societal gender pressure to conform to their assigned gender. Or, in words someone like Asmongold would understand, when you stigmatize trans kids by, say, comparing their existence to flat earth or lizard people, and saying that they are the result of extremists and an existential crisis facing the West, it might make them a little bit, anxious. Almost as if the whole global conservative movement is constantly telling them they're out to get them or something. Frankly, the fact that their mental health outcomes are as good as they are is a testament to how effective transition is at improving mental health. Even in this second study I mentioned, where mental health outcomes were less positive, and where it was found that this was due to societal transphobia and pressure to conform to cisgender gender roles, it was found that the mental health resilience of transgender kids is notably high compared to the general population. And if we go back to the original study, find it on Google Scholar, and click on that little cited by 1367 link underneath its title, you will see a metric shitload of articles studying the mental health of transgender children and transgender people in general, and the demonstrable ways in which transition is a proven and effective treatment for children who, but those children themselves will certainly tell you, they identify as transgender, and the outcomes of gender-affirming care on these children, as backed up by these over 1,000 studies, certainly suggest that they are correct, and that you are, one, wrong, and two, smell bad.
That entire room was a shithole. Okay, it was huge. And anyway, what happened is that a rat got in there and it died. And so I was like, man, this smells really bad. We've got to deal with this problem with the dead rat in that room. So I closed the door. And that was pretty much about it.
But that's just one side of the flat earth comparison taken care of. What about the way that flat earthers deny evidence? Well, let's look at one of the most famous and championed anti-transgender studies ever made. One that gender-critical people think is the strongest weapon in their arsenal. And see if reading it owns me so hard that it turns me into a corn cob. Shall we?
So, rapid onset gender dysphoria is a fake concept that basically claims that being transgender is a social contagion and can be caused by social influence among friendship groups. It's not a real thing. It's been rejected by medical bodies. It's not an accepted term. The researcher who coined the term rapid onset gender dysphoria came up with the term after she surveyed the parents of transgender kids, and she recruited these parents for the survey primarily from transphobic websites.
In 2018, Lisa Littman published her landmark study, Parent Reports of Adolescents and Young Adults Perceived to Show Signs of a Rapid Onset of Gender Dysphoria in +1. Or at least that's what it's called now. Now, given my own past record with publications, I won't rag on Littman too hard for publishing this paper alone. I have done so myself before. However, for a medical study with the impact this paper has had in spreading anti-trans narratives and inciting a moral panic, you would expect a collaboration with at least one notable medical institution, with associated professionals co-authoring to lend legitimacy to what is, in this paper, a rather striking claim. Namely, that there exists a new and terrifying disease affecting our precious children. Society is convincing children out of nowhere that they are transgender, and it's going to destroy an entire generation. This woke mind virus, if you will, is called Rapid Onset Gender Dysphoria, or ROGD. Rapid Onset Gender Dysphoria was championed for several years by transphobes and unquestioning cis laypeople alike, cited as proof that being trans was a social contagion, in a very similar way to how they are now sharing that data from an American university, where fewer students self-reported as non-binary in the survey, as if they aren't currently living in their own administration, but is actively persecuting trans and non-binary people, and cracking down on universities in particular, or that trans people are exclusively non-binary, which is obviously not true. But debunking that study is a whole other video. Rapid onset gender dysphoria was publicized as a new and very real phenomenon by outlets such as The Globe, The Mail, and the National Post and the National Review in the US, and pretty much every newspaper in the piss-soaked island of Great Britain. The thing is, this term does not come from science. It actually has its origins on transphobic blogs, Fourth Wave Now, Transgender Trend, and Youth Trans Critical Professionals, all of which, in 2016, began using rapid onset gender dysphoria to explain, according to biologist and prolific trans writer Julia Serrano, the term is intended to explain some parents' observations that, one, their children came out as transgender seemingly suddenly, often during puberty, and two, their children also had trans-identified peers and interacted with trans-themed social media. Unfortunately, it's not uncommon for reluctant parents to presume that their child has adopted a trans identity as a result of undue influence from other children and/or outside sources. Hence the recurring accusations about transgender
Oh no,
agendas,
did somebody
peer
die?
pressure, and trans identity supposedly
Yeah, I
being
died.
trendy.
Oops. Oh well.
Rapid onset gender dysphoria takes this presumption one step further. It asserts that any gender dysphoria these adolescents experience represents an entirely new phenomenon that is wholly distinct from the gender dysphoria that transgender people have historically experienced. One of the strange things about this is that it rests on the idea that trans people coming out in their youth was previously unheard of, which is bollocks, and we have the data to back that up. Transgender children are such a well-known phenomenon now that Asmongold is panicking about it, and the UK banned their healthcare to try and make them go away. Because famously, taking away people's healthcare and telling them they're not allowed to exist both works and is not wildly inhumane. And in fact, in 2011, the WPATH Standards of Care had a whole section about trans adolescents, and the DSM-5, published in 2013, explicitly talks about gender dysphoria in childhood and as a known and recorded phenomenon. And also personally, I had that. That was me, the trans kid. That was me. But it gets worse. To date, only one research study on rapid onset gender dysphoria has been published. It is authored by Lisa Littman and appeared in PLOS One a few days ago. It has since undergone revision/correction. There are numerous problems with this study, as Zinnia Jones and Bryn Tannehill detailed in their critiques in an earlier rendition of the same study back when it appeared as a non-peer-reviewed poster in the Journal of Adolescent Health. For starters, this was not a study of the children themselves, but rather their parents, who were instructed to fill out a 90-question survey about the adolescent and young adult children. What's even more troubling is how the sample set of parents was selected. Recruiting information with a link to the survey was placed on 3 websites where parents and professionals have been observed to describe rapid onset of gender dysphoria: Forthwith Now, Transgender Trend, and Youth Trans Critical Professionals. In other words, this supposed study of rapid onset gender dysphoria is entirely based on the opinions of parents who frequent the very same 3 blogs that invented and vociferously promote the concept of rapid onset gender dysphoria. Frankly, this is the most blatant example of begging the question that I've ever seen in a research paper. The fact that Littman didn't even bother to post a link to the survey on any of the many other online groups for parents of trans kids, i.e. ones that do not push a rapid onset gender dysphoria agenda, and who thus might have had very different assessments of their adolescent trans kids, strongly suggests that she purposefully structured her study to confirm the former parents' assumptions, rather than objectively assess the state of their children. So, as you can tell, the standards of evidence on the anti-trans side are very different. Frankly, the most the transphobes have on their side at this point is a state-mandated transphobic propaganda that was the Cass review, which I have a couple of videos on that you can check out too, in which Dr. Hilary Cass, someone whose expertise is not at all to do with trans people, dismissed all evidence for outcomes for trans kids that wasn't double-blind. The thing is, doing double-blind studies, in this case, and in the case of all studies of this type, is against medical ethics. Therefore, every study that passed an ethics board and was deemed not horrifically unethical was thrown in the garbage, and what was left was a bunch of steaming turds that were only believable if you also believe trans people are inherently illogical and the human equivalent of the concept of a flat earth. Or if you're a government minister desperately trying to make the trans issue go away by throwing all trans people under a giant bus and hoping no one notices that you've essentially called for trans people to be wiped off the face of the planet. Or at least, you're part of the planet. And the Cass report also is not a scientific paper. It is not peer-reviewed, and it is not science. So far, I'm not impressed. But I do come from science. I have a PhD in biology. I do respect the process. I believe in the weight of evidence. And if enough studies came out that actually demonstrated that being trans doesn't exist, I'd have to do some real soul searching. Because I am much better off for having transitioned. I would have felt the same way as a kid, because all trans adults were once trans kids. And the weight of evidence supporting trans people is so strong at this point that it would take years and hundreds of studies to truly overturn what we currently know about how gender-affirming care improves people's mental health outcomes where no other method does. And we've tried those other methods over and over again. It's just that Asmongold and other far-right adults don't bother to read about it. They just react. They don't fucking read. But if that evidence did build up, I would change my mind. Because that's how science works. I'd be fascinated to see the explanation as to why all those studies were so mistaken for so long. What were they observing instead? What have I been doing? It'd be a revolution in science that something went so unaccounted for decades, even when there were rabid transphobes over and over again desperately trying to find something, anything to debunk it. I mean, they're just incompetent, that's true. But I'm not a flat earth, so I would change my mind. It would lead to some really fascinating questions. I'd still live like this, though, because I'm happy like this, so I don't know how we resolve that, but that's a question for the hypothetical future, which I firmly believe, because of my science background, will never come up. I guess I'd be some weird new thing? This is entirely hypothetical. It's the equivalent of trying to imagine a world where we find out evolution was wrong this whole time. Wait, wasn't that one of the things that Asmongold was comparing trans people existing to? Huh. It's almost as if he's got it entirely backwards. It's almost as if he's acting like a young Earth creationist. Speaking of which...
You say, I mean, if a bird died at the roadside, you wouldn't just see it slowly be buried, it disappears. So how do they reconcile this?
They can't. And there are some geologists just quietly have admitted the problem, but it's not shouted from the rooftops, is it?
No.
Believing the Earth is 6,000 years old isn't just a conspiracy theory thing. It requires you to basically be an evangelical Christian. Asmongold is, because of his views, a fellow traveller with evangelical Christianity, at least in the way it expresses itself among American white evangelicals. These people hate trans people for the most part. This comparison is incredibly silly. The kind of arguments people make for young Earth creationism are things like that dinosaurs were placed in the ground by Satan to tempt us into disbelieving the Bible, that every fossil was an animal drowned in the Great Flood that Noah for some reason chose not to save, and that every aging method from carbon dating to dendrochronology to everything is wrong. But most importantly, to believe in young Earth creationism, you have to put science away completely as a method of determining truth, and instead look to a literal interpretation of whatever translation of the Christian Bible you're working from. What's about that is at all comparable to trans people. Trans health coexists due to medical science. We are taking it on the basis of science and recommendation from scientists. It was tested and proved efficacious by medical science. Trans health, both physical and mental, is now and has historically been assessed by medical and psychological scientists and found to be the most effective treatment for what we refer to as gender dysphoria. And after we know this, it is noted before, in one of the previous recorded moments, that the Nazis burned evidence of the science of transition.
The Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that.
First. Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans...
It's a bit of a miss. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German.
People tried conversion therapy. It made people want to die. People tried giving hormone therapy that matched our sexes assigned at birth. It is rightly now considered torture. It did not work. There is a reason that gender-affirming care is more popular now than ever before. And that's because it's been proven to work by science, and the accumulation of evidence is only getting stronger and stronger. To deny this, and to instead insert your own beliefs about what trans people and trans kids really are, is to be the equivalent of the young Earth creationist in this discussion. You deny the body as scientific evidence, and the scientific method itself, and replace it with your own, as Asmongold calls it, logic. His logic being straight-up science denial in favor of just saying, oh yeah, no, that doesn't exist. It makes no sense. This is an argument I find eerily similar to arguments against evolution that you see often from young Earth creationists. Evolution is too complicated. How could that even work? How would an eye just appear like that? It's too complicated. It's too... The design has got so much elements to it, it makes no sense. It's not logical. Just calling something logical without actually looking into the evidence is the same argument as it's just common sense. It's not an argument. It's just you saying, I don't see how that would work. Therefore, it's impossible. I'm sorry, but we have a higher standard of evidence for determining truth than that. You need actual evidence. And to be honest,
given Asmongold's politics and his propensity for dismissing boatloads of evidence in favor of the logic of some tweet he just read with no evidence backing it up. I'm frankly surprised he even brought up the idea that the world is run by lizard people in disguise as something that's inherently ridiculous. It's exactly the sort of thing I could see him believing in. Some of the people he admires believe in it. And it is a far-right argument that I'm sure some members of his audience have sympathies towards, especially given Asmongold's comments about what happened in World War II.
I'm not one of these deniers. I think that probably happened.
What?
I think probably 99%
Probably?
certainty it happened.
You are a Holocaust denier. What do you mean, probably?
It's perfectly okay for the former sports.
You ever
actor
seen
Tom
the footage,
Sunset,
you
David
fucking
Icke,
moron?
to be
You probably
conspiracy
haven't.
theorist who believes that the world is ruled by secret, shadowy elite of global power brokers.
We took a lot of war footage.
considered
You're
a
a
lesson
fucking
to be a
idiot.
conspiracy theorist who believes that the world is ruled by a secret, shadowy
I didn't know
elite
you were that
of
dumb.
12-foot lizards who feast on human blood. Indeed, because of this, Jones considers Icke to be like a turd in a punch bowl. Icke, less turdy than blokey in his blouses and slip-ons, may look like the Alan Partridge of conspiracy theorists, but his books about a reptilian New World Order actually sell, while his lectures, slides plus tunes by Boyd Zone, attract huge audiences and punch bowls across North America. But does he really believe this stuff? He's either a smart, opportunistic con man, or he's completely insane, or he's working for them directly, says Jones. That would be them, who are indeed a secret, shadowy elite of global power brokers, just not lizards. Do keep up. David Icke is an internationally famous conspiracy theorist, one of the few considered too batshit for the Trump administration and their flavour of Hitlerite-adjacent truth twisters. Born in Leicester, which explains a lot, frankly, a former footballer and commentator, Icke is most famous for his belief in an international New World Order conspiracy run by lizard people disguised as humans, what he calls reptilian shapeshifters, the Babylonian Brotherhood, the Illuminati, or the elite, who work for an even more reptilian
Pantatian
interdimensional
serpent
race of
men.
alien lizards called the Archons or the Anunnaki. Or should that be... David Icke is a raging anti-Semite and racist. Author John Ronson believes, after following Icke for a while, trying to figure out if he actually
I don't know
does
if
mean the
he's
Jews
a
when he
raging
says reptilian humanoids,
anti-Semite.
as many people think, that David Icke literally believes they are reptiles. As much as I love John Ronson's work, and I mean that I'm a massive fan, I think he's a little too optimistic. The rhetoric he spews, the conspiracies, the fucking endorsement of the protocols of the Elders of Zion, which he says reveals the conspiracy, and his argument that denial can be taught in schools, well, it paints a picture of an incredibly explicit anti-Semite, and an extreme one at that. Like the far, far end of how bad that bigotry can get. He is perhaps most famous, besides this whole conspiracy theory mongering, for coming out in 1991 as the Son of God. Sorry, Son of the Godhead, which he did on the BBC show Wogan, hosted by the late Terry Wogan. This is the man who made the lizard people conspiracy theory famous.
It's quite funny, really. You know, 2,000 years ago, had a guy called Jesus sat here and said these same things, you would still be laughing. It's really funny that we've not really moved on that much.
I'm out of adhesive.
They're not laughing with you.
How am I out
The
of
lizard people
adhesive?
conspiracy theory is, in my opinion, and I can't quite believe this is still disputed, to be honest, a vile anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that posits that Jewish people are plotting to take over the world and enslave the rest of humanity. DNA it obviously shares with the protocols of the Elders of Zion, the blood libel, the Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy theories of the Third Reich, and the ideology of Hitler in specific, who spread all three of these. Comparing believing in this to believing trans people exist is completely beyond the pale. It's horrifying, it's disgusting, and it should get you, frankly, ostracized from society. Trans people exist. Me living as I am is in no way equivalent to believing in the politics of Adolf Hitler. And even if you took the John Ronson argument that David Icke is just genuinely batshit and actually means lizard people when he says lizard people, how is the fact of of my existence, or the belief backed up by mountains of evidence in other trans people being who they say they are, and not being lying, deceitful predators, the equivalent of believing that interdimensional space lizards are disguised as every celebrity, world leader, and trying to run the world. Again, this conspiracy theory of a secret plot by deceitful actors to make everyone believe that they are someone they are not is literally what people like Asmongold and his heroes think trans people are. Everything this man says is projection. He is the conspiracy theorist. He thinks trans people are like the lizard people in the anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, as do many high-profile transphobes. He thinks we are sinister, malicious predators and creeps, disguising ourselves as women to trick people. Or that we are predating on children, forcing them to change their bodies, to manufacture consent for us, to trick the world into believing that we are our disguise. In this way, Asmongold and David Icke are not so different. And that's without even getting into the way he's talked about them, which does suggest that he has similar opinions about Jewish people, or at least isn't immediately disgusted by these opinions. Believe it or not, we're not even done with this horrific anti-Semitic conspiracy theory on this channel, because this video spawned another video, because we now have one of the most notorious right-wing firebrands in the USA genuinely promoting this conspiracy theory.
Your skill has increased.
See you next week to see what Candace Owens has to say about this.
And I'm pretty sure they're hybrid. You know what I mean? Like, they just look like an Apple software that I should be able to download at night, you know? Like my phone's getting an update or something. It's something in the eyes. Like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know if I stabbed you if you bleed, you know? I'm not going to stab them.
Unlike the lizard people conspiracy theories, Asmongold is not opposed to violence against minorities. In fact, he's been advocating for it more often, if anything, particularly towards immigrants. I wonder if he's familiar with his fellow travelers who believe in this conspiracy he compares to believing trans people are real, and how they use similar rhetoric to him in this regard. And in fact, David Icke's growing popularity after he declared himself the Son of God was very worrying. It turns out people who peddle in conspiracy theories and bigotry disguised as uncovering the truth can get very popular with certain segments of the public. David Icke once, in John Rotson's words, lectured to packed houses all over the world, riveting his audiences for 6 hours at a time with extraordinary revelations. Indeed, in terms of the size of his following, he was the most influential racist on the lecture circuit. And if everything he believes in and advocates for is the same as what someone who truly believes that it is Jewish people and not lizards he is talking about, if he is doing the damage of someone ranting against Jewish people with a plausible deniability that he is indeed talking about lizards, does that not in the end have the same effect? The same impact? A certain Twitch streamer does stream for hours at a time advocating for far-right policies and action, even if he believes he is not a conspiracy theorist and is only being logical. If he is using the rhetoric of conspiracy theories to spread hatred against trans people, immigrants, and Muslims, among other people, it doesn't matter if he genuinely believes he's not transphobic, that he's not far-right, that he's not a conspiracy theorist ranting like someone who believes lizard people running the world, or that he doesn't use the same logic as creationists, or that he isn't like a flat earther, denying the entirety of the established science because it doesn't fit the conspiratorial narrative of how the world works he claims that he logics himself into. He demonstrably is those things. He demonstrably is doing those things. And he demonstrably is much more akin to a flat earther, a young earth creationist, and people who believe lizard people run the world, than anyone who accepts the scientific consensus that trans people exist, that there are trans kids who grow to be trans adults, that the best treatment for gender dysphoria is gender-affirming care, that trans people in sport are not demons trying to cheat, that trans women are not perverts in disguise. If you list all of the elements that underlie transphobia, all of the narratives they need to stack on top of each other to make it make sense, you will see very clearly that it relies on conspiratorial thinking. If you can convince yourself trans people are a global conspiracy to trick people into accepting that they are not the gender they are assigned at birth, to infiltrate schools, infiltrate hospitals, to steal sports medals, and to sneak into toilets to ambush unsuspecting women, you already are the kind of person who could be convinced of a flat Earth. You've made the same number of batshit logical leaps, and swallowed so many nonsense conspiracy theories, many of which contradict each other, and are all, to a one, cynical, and not backed up by evidence. So, how am I then the equivalent of a flat earther? I can see the horizon. I see ships pass over it, and I know they're not tumbling over the edge. What about you? When you go around saying Palestinians are an inferior culture that deserve to be... When you say there's a chance that might not have happened? When you say that trans people were only persecuted by the Nazis because our science was written in Jewish, do you truly believe that you have the prerequisite knowledge, critical thinking skills, and objectivity to deem an entire group of people equivalent to flat earthers? If you never leave your filthy, cockroach-infested house, I'm surprised you even believe there's more than one street on the planet. Never mind that the Earth is round. For all the rest of you, observe the movements of the Earth around the Sun. Revel in the oblate spheroid that is our Earth. And never, for the love of fucking God, watch or listen to Asimov. Until next time, thanks for watching.
Honest attempt to try and cancel him. Wow.
Hey, thanks for watching this video.
I can see why too.
If you liked it, give it a like, leave a comment, subscribe, share it with all your friends, and tell everyone about it. And help me out if you can. It's coming up to autumn, when my birthday is. It's in October, so I'm pushing to get my Bridget Empire out of draft before her birthday initiative. That didn't make grammatical sense, but you get it. Which will inevitably probably extend to the Get Bridget Empire out of her Everdraft before Christmas initiative. So if you want to help with this and get me debt-free before 34, you can give me one-time donations on Coffee or PayPal, links below. You can go to my Forkwall page, which has some shirts on it now, if you like a shirt. It's got a Daily Telebrift on it. I'll put some on screen now. And if I didn't, it means that I forgot to do that. So hopefully I didn't forget to do that. Also, help me out if you can. 'Tis the season, and by season I mean my birthday. And also I'm going through some pretty bad personal stuff, which is making me very sad and means I might need a big lump of money in the future. So if you can help me gather that lump of money, I'd really help, as well as they get out the overdraft thing. So just in general, things might be looking pretty dire for a little bit, but yeah, if you can't, I don't feel bad about it. But if you can, do. Or the best way to do that is to sign up to my Patreon or YouTube memberships, where you can do the best thing that you want to do. You can be my best friend, my best friend in my Patreon. You can get early videos, access to things in Discord, and set up friend code, and exclusive content, just wonderful interviews. And also, you get your name read out at the end of each video, just like these lucky people. Very ill. Ian Bennett, Dax, Malton, Gina Silvers, Eli Made of Stupid, Tomo, Melissa Jackson, Renner Who's Your Stuff, Minstrel of course, Emma Not Emma, Jeffrey On, Tom the Not Quite So Brave Master, Lancelot, Ella, Trikoy, Folkwar, howdy.
A friend knows, welcome back. We're talking about Aeon.
Thank you, Brigade Empire, for the excellent content for my stream. I've liked the sub to your channel. Great vid. I thought it was actually really, really well done, and I liked it and sub to your channel. I fucks with you. I think you're pretty good. Yeah, Asmongold got out of hand, and I reached that I reached that place myself like 2 years before anybody else did, and I just stopped watching him. I was like, the stuff he says is so right-wing coded, and it's like ignorant. And he never changes his shirt, and he's crazy, and he doesn't do what made him famous anymore, and all these things. And the stuff, and he came out of the same scenes as I did, and it's weird for me to watch him like turn his back on WoW and all that stuff, and not even play like a new game like Rust or something like that. It's weird. I like this Steak and Eggs podcast, which is why, and I ended up kind of like transferring from him to Emaru. There's a lot of bad people on. There was a bad person on the Steak and Eggs podcast. Tectone. I really don't like Tectone. He always annoyed me. And then We come to find out later he got canceled. They kicked him off Steak and Eggs. I don't even remember why. Some scandalous though, but everybody, there's all this scandal. I can't even keep it all straight anymore. So I guess he gets a ride because I can't even remember what the fuck it was. All right. I think I might have crippled my item. I don't know. I accidentally modded my weapon that I'm using, the debilitator, and no, it did not lessen the damage at all. It's got 780 damage, 715 over 5 seconds. Yeah, and it burns shit. Yeah. God damn it! Shut up! I was like, who keeps shooting? God damn it, you're annoying. You are so annoying. Ugh. I love two-shotting super mutants. That's actually funny. He's like, what? It's like, yeah, this thing hits. It hits. There's like a couple of random things, but I should be more concerted about where I go. Kill a rad stag. I think I can get rad stags coming out of 76, so I'll go do that. Kill three rad stags. Okay. I'm on a private server, so I'll be able to do stuff here. Oh yeah, nice. I am right by my house. Cool. How the fuck did I get here? I don't know, but I'm here. Maybe we should put a priest. Not a priest, a vendor. Maybe I should put a vendor and just start, like... Maybe I could just sell all the wood directly and just stack the money forever. How much does 10,000 gray woods, like, go for? Is that, like, 10 gold or something? If it goes for 10 gold, we could just vendor and vendor and vendor, just keeps juicing stacks and stuff. I don't know. I don't want to pay upkeeps. I know I don't want... I get annoyed that I have to pay this upkeep. So I know that it's part of gameplay that I don't want. It would make my life easier, but none of that stuff. I experimented with it, and it lasted like a week before it had decayed fully. But I was like, I'm not paying attention to this like it's my child. I'm not doing that. I need to be able to walk away. I will make... And you know what I'll do is I'll get a portable grinder. I'll go back to that. While I was in town, I meant to buy portable grinders when I came back. I can just suicide and go do it. I'll compress all of this granum, and it will be worth something. I guarantee it. And I'll get skills and do the game. I will start with the tree. Okay, I'm gonna wash my dish. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm looking for rad stags. I don't think they really run through there. I think they run through here. There's a weak feral ghoul. Not seeing any rad stags. Try a bit over further, like the isolated cabin, maybe. And I have not looked at my levels in a while. I put Demolition Expert. Power of Glow makes your AP regenerate 15% faster. No, I wanna buy it. Accuracy, huh? Wait, I have 2 unused? How do I have 2 unused? Okay, I don't understand that. Okay, I don't know. Bone Shatterer. And I spent all my stuff. Strong Arm's no good. Take something else. Bare Arms got fucked. I want Blocker, but I don't think I can get it. There, Kneecapper. There we go. Kneecapper as opposed to the other one that's... Traveling Pharmacy might be better. I don't know, but I think I get that already. Arms of Steel. Right now my weight is 259 over 291. If I switch out Arms of Steel for Traveling Pharmacy, I'm still 259 over 291. I already have Traveling Pharmacy in the form of an item, so I thought so, but I'm just double checking. Traveling Pharmacy, Arms of Steel, huh? Let's see how good Arms of Steel is. Looking around for rad stags, but I don't see any. You used to see them a lot here. Let's try the Wayward. Oh, that's an elemental, is it? Yep. Cool, let's do it. Die, elemental.